Full of abstraction, still just one square. I mean, well, three counting all three ships, and then probably 6 times as many fighters and bombers.
And then, yeah, I don't even think like our ship is already massive, so like you'd have to like get an entirely new tier scale to probably compare our two ships.
Probably 6 times as many fighters. Your ship is relative. I mean, it's a big-ass fucking thing in terms of structures that are out there floating in the galaxy. But ship-wise, it's actually not that big.
Tier scale to probably compare our two ships.
When compared to actual battleships. Your ship is relative. I mean, it's
Can we get a new ship?
Fucking thing in terms of structures that are out there floating in the galaxy.
We definitely need to get a battleship. I mean, you know what they say. It isn't what you do with it, it's the size that counts.
Actual battleship. The only trade vessel that is bigger than a battleship, I believe, would be the fucking
we definitely need to get a battleship.
The mass conveyor that you guys have looked at before.
It's the size that counts.
I think you remember that.
The ship that has mounted along its spine and within its corridors cities, plural, would be the fucking.
Oh yeah.
We totally need to get one of those.
That you guys have looked at before.
It's the size that counts.
I think you remember that.
That is far more directly a flying continent. Spine and within its corridors, cities, plural, would be the.
Hey, that'd be the perfect launching base for the Piranha fleet I talked about.
That you guys have looked at before. You actually can mount a star dock on it. That is far more directly a flying continent. Spine and within its corridors, cities, plural.
Hey, that'd be the perfect launching base for the. Yo, dog, I heard you like ships, so I put your ship in a ship so you can ship while you ship.
Can mount a star dock on it.
There's only 2 things I want to know, and that's how much EXP we got for last session, and question 2, can we take one of the Elder hover bikes? Is that a thing?
In theory, they might have hover bikes in there somewhere, but you would have to go scouting through the ship quite a bit to try and locate them.
I mean, it's the auger array and the teleportarium?
Question 2.
For something that specific and precise, probably not.
They can find people, and they're smaller than hover bikes.
You can find concentrations of people. Go scouting through the ship quite a bit to try and locate them.
Okay, well, we're looking for a concentration of hover bikes. They're probably going to have them somewhere.
We know they have at least 4.
We would at least know where, like, a hangar is or something like that that might contain things like that.
Yeah.
Like, we were able to figure out which sections of the ship were which through scanning it, basically.
We could already find it again, I mean, if we went searching.
Yeah, I mean, you have enough information to take a stab at it. You just don't have a definitive pinpoint, there's the hover bikes.
Yeah.
Well, I have to say, hover bikes would be pretty advantageous in our mission.
Thaddeus did almost die last time you went on the ship, though.
I did.
The real question with hover bikes is, are they skimmers, or are they ground vehicles? Or do they flip?
If they don't have a specific jet bike vehicle class here, they would class as skimmers.
Okay.
What's the difference exactly?
A different skill. Also, if Romeo has a jet bike and it's a skimmer, then he can use his small crafts ability to like reroll failed checks. But if they're drive, he can't.
Right.
Is there any chance we can get multiple bikes to slave to one bike? Because otherwise, I don't think we're riding hover bikes in.
I still want one though.
And XP wise, had anyone spent XP since they became rank 2?
I spent.
I got security
to learn to speak Eldar.
I did dual wielding.
Right. I mean, after that, those are the
True
things.
Grit.
Those are the things you purchased when you immediately became rank 2.
Yeah, I also got True Grit.
Okay, how much was True Grit?
Can't remember. About 200 maybe? 100 or 200. Let me check.
Just verifying that I have the correct amounts for all you guys.
I said I still have 100 XP left over.
You do? Even after your original level up?
Yeah.
I spent a total of 7,400, that's it. But I don't have any left over that I know of.
Oh, had you spent another 200 recently?
Yes.
What was it that you had purchased? I don't know if I ever knew that.
I think it was a bump on Zennithians?
Oh, okay. And True Grit is 200, it looks.
Yeah, I got a navigation surface, which is 200. I've still got 100 left over from last session, I think.
Right.
And then whatever.
Okay, yeah, so, has Romeo spent anything besides his initial 200?
I don't... I got Speak Eldar, right as we got the level. But
right.
I don't think we've had more than 200, have we?
I believe that you had... Yeah, you'd had 200 cents.
Okay.
So if that's all you need for that weapon training, then, you can get that weapon training.
Yeah. I'm probably going to do that. I lost track of how much EXP we had, kind of.
Yeah.
Did we loot any pistols? Can't remember.
You easily could have. I mean, they're just a basic thing, although you don't have a proficiency for Eldar pistols.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, but Garel grabs pistols like I play Fallout. He just goes through pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as I know, you definitively took the Farseer Shuriken pistol.
Oh, I did, and then I gave it to somebody.
The captain, I believe.
Well, yeah, Robin.
Trophy.
I also am mounting the head of the elder woman on the wall.
Yeah, as I recall, he destroyed the other trophy I wanted.
What was
that's gonna smell though.
Oh, the spirit stain.
No. I'm gonna get it like processed. Like I was a frontier guy. I know how to tan shit, or whatever, or how to stuff stuff.
And the other trophy you had wanted was the Spirit Stone?
Yes.
Right. You do also have for helmet. 2 helmets, in fact, I think. And a spear.
Glorious.
A spear that may or may not be amazing.
And also that may or may not be amazing when you guys are holding it.
I feel like Geralt's going to continue this. This is going to be his theme song.
Okay.
So?
I wanted something clarified real quick. So the Shuriken Catapult fires 5 at full auto, because in the book it says 10, and I believe Joss said the same thing, and in my book it also says it's single fire 310.
Let's see, you've got...
This book might be old, though.
It's in the core book you're looking at?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I think that mine has a number of errata that were made to it.
Yes, yours does. Like with, Righteous Fury, or Righteous Glory is different in your book as well, I remember we was talking.
No, you had it right, Righteous Fury, but yes, it is.
How much? So rank 2 True Grit was 200. So how much XP did we get last time?
I'm going to say 150. You did some interesting things, which if that should put the captain, if the captain has not spent anything besides becoming Arch Heretic and getting security, the captain should have 350.
I have 300 now.
Now you have 300?
I have 300 currently, having not spent anything except security.
Okay. So, 450 then. Says I'm giving you 150 from last session.
Okay, I think I'm at 350 then.
And then that would put our Navigator and our Voidmaster at 150, if they both spent 200 previously. And you are right, the Shuriken Catapult is 10, I must have been pulling stats for the pistol.
Okay.
Cool.
So it can do its full auto 10 times before it has to reload.
So how much extra? We got 150 extra, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, I think I'm at 250 then.
Sounds about right.
Just depending if we get Elder hover bikes, then I can get ground vehicle drive. If that's what it counts as. Or flyers. I can do that as well.
It would be hover / skimmer. Flyer is like in the air.
So that's a separate thing.
Yeah, that's its own thing.
How weird.
Yeah, there's like 4 pilots. There's pilot personal, pilot starship, pilot fighter, pilot hover/skimmer.
I've got ground vehicle. Oh,
Yeah,
I could get ground vehicle.
Yeah, there's only 2 drives. There's ground vehicle and walker, and I think like the Voidmaster never gets drive walker. It just doesn't happen. Yeah. Technically, the gun cutter can go in skimmer mode. Like if you make it hover the ground, you can just turn it into like basically a land tank. But I actually don't have drive skimmer, so
right.
Because I get it at set rank 2, but I took Cold Trade Broker, so I haven't taken it yet.
Yeah.
But Cold Trade Broker is what lets you get fucking exotic weapon proficiencies for crazy cheap, apparently.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I suppose the buy-in sort of why.
I don't think there was a buy-in.
Oh, is it a different kind of thing?
Yeah.
I remember there's like the alternate ranks, and then there's like the premium ones, or whatever they're called.
Yeah, there's alternate ranks, and then there's like premium advances or whatever, which aren't actually ranks.
But yeah, they don't actually count as a rank. It's just a separate thing you buy for XP.
Yeah, they just expand your list of shit you can buy. They don't add a new one.
Yeah, and fancy little bonuses.
Yeah. But okay, so you've all recently returned. Let's see. I know that Thaddeus had reduced the damage with a karma point that he suffered.
Yeah, I have 2 wounds.
2 left?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I was at 1, and then I got 1. Yeah, I was at 1 when I had 2 in medbay.
Right.
I got healed 1 for whatever he was doing.
Right. So certainly, by the time you guys have traveled back to Mortellus Prime, when that comes, I would say that Denev is at her toughness bonus. Otherwise,
Hooray!
And Thaddeus is plus his toughness bonus.
Okay, that's better, I guess. Still don't want to be hit though. Oh, then again, I suppose you never really want to be hit because like weapons do D10 damage, and that's like more than my max health.
You do have a toughness bonus yourself, though, and armor.
True, but not everything. It's not relevant for everything, is it?
No, there are a number of nasty things that just ignore both of those.
Basically, what I'm going to do is just go prone, and then I get loads of bonuses for not being hit.
Right. I can just imagine Thaddeus trying to use a skimmer. Because, usually a jet bike is a hit-and-run thing. You rush in real close, pop, you attack them, you run away.
Mm.
Whereas Thaddeus does sniping stuff. I can just imagine, doing the Doom Rider jet bike surfing thing.
Oh yeah, but I'm sniping instead.
Yeah, while sniping.
Yeah, I could definitely see me doing that.
I have no idea what checks that would involve, but I know it's physically possible.
If I could get drive skimmer, I would do that.
Okay, but yeah. So, were you guys going to attempt to brave the Eldar craft again, or is that a come back later thing?
I don't mind, Captain.
I feel like it's probably a comeback later thing, unless we can do a quick hit and run on the best guess the location on the way by.
Well, if that is the case, you are more than able to ship off towards Mortellus Prime again.
Do you get any bonuses for characteristic advances through everything, through things other than just buying into the bonuses?
Not generally, no. Which means that your ultimately your cap on characteristics is whatever you had when you started plus 20.
Oh, it's a shame. I want to get another 10th place on my ballistics, but I can't. Like, my 4th bonus doesn't give me that. It would only put me at 66.
Right.
Only.
But so, the Crystal Blue Zenith is preparing its long journey back to Martellus Primer.
Yes.
Okay. So, Thaddeus and Denno spend a nice, quiet time recovering from being blasted to pieces by 2 respective alien menaces.
Better be your super cool foot, Captain.
Yeah, definitely, foot building. I did promise to get on that. So would that be an armor thing, or...?
That does sound like it would be an armor thing. The actual construction of a foot.
Yay, it's a useful skill.
Oh, that skill you have?
It is.
Like a boss.
Then, do you have a facility that adds bonuses to that on board?
I do not know, but if I do, it better be really good bonuses.
Because that was a fuck up?
That was a fuck up.
Fuck up. Hooray. Okay, let's see.
A quality foot incoming.
You get plus... Oh, never mind. That's not for, like... Oh, no, yeah. You do get plus 20. I don't know if that's enough, but you get plus 20.
It's not that much of a fuck up. Does, the music system on the ship help?
No.
Okay, then I failed by 1 degree.
Can you not give yourself the plus 10?
No.
Oh.
Then I failed by 1/3 of a degree.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that probably... The
Really, still would have failed.
I'd probably say the tech priests could lend you some aid in the meantime, but, that would still just only be a plus 10.
I only just barely failed, yay! How long does an attempt take?
Well, basically, what precisely were you trying to make here? I mean, you were trying to make a foot, obviously, but...
Right, so I'm looking for a proper limb replacement here, something that'll like flex appropriately with her ankle and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how much of her leg was taken off, so I'm not sure exactly what it has to do.
Definitely her knee is fine, and the vast majority of the shin and calf.
So I probably do need to have the whole ankle joint in there.
That would definitely be a thing you need.
Well, there
I'm
you
just
have it.
singing the skeleton song as you go along. Da 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 da.
Yeah, but with that roll, I'm like, the ankle bone's connected to the hip bone.
I could say there was wine involved. Like, yay, foot wine.
We had a long drunken talk about feet over the blueprints.
Yep. Eventually it just turns into a big talk about, can I just have an Adrian Barbeau bot just around me?
Okay, yes, you...
So could I get somebody to preserve the head of...
Oh, yeah, the tech priests are more than happy to try their hand at that.
You get it in a jar if you wanted.
And at the very... So yes, basically for the journey time that you would have to Martellus, you have not successfully created a super high-grade foot. The tech priests are more than able to graft on at least a temporary "it'll work for now" foot. Mechanical body parts are never difficult to find. Worst comes to worst, they just walk over to the nearest servitor with a hacksaw and get a part.
Oh man, servitor hand-me-downs.
Yeah, but it's murder servitor hand-me-downs.
I don't think you would vote for murder servitor.
I am pretty sure it would be a conventional servitor part.
Just have one murder servitor foot.
Like, that original foot was passed down through at least 5 different sets of genes, maybe, at the best. It's it's priceless, it's priceless.
This foot was handed down in the Armstrong family for generations.
Seriously, given how incestuous Navigator clans have to be, yes, it is.
The reason we have to make will checks when you open the littlest eye is because you get pink sparkles all around you.
Yes.
The fucking Armstrongs would fit into the Imperium so well.
I don't know. They need more giant hats.
But, so, aside from failing to properly construct a super advanced foot, anything of note taking place in the travels? I mean, obviously, yes, alien head preservation underway.
Arranging my display shelf.
Do we manage to get any sort of, like, chart-style data from the Eldar ship?
You never really had an interface with their computer, if they have one, aside from speaking to the, Farseer.
I wasn't sure if the tech priest did anything before she showed up.
They were trying to do stuff, but all they succeeded in was accidentally blowing up the console.
It's like, one competent person getting me some charts, that's all I wanted! And a foot.
It was their first time encountering technology that really is powered by people's souls. That's a joke we make all the time, but it finally happened.
Ignorance is not an excuse.
Yeah, that's why I always thought the Marcellans were so close to the Eldar, just because of the soul-based things they seem to have.
'Cause we're a soul clan. Do 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 do.
Okay. So, if nothing else of note taking place over the course of the journey... By the way, where is Captain's little trophy display area? Is it somewhere publicly noticeable, or just in her magnificent room?
I'm gonna say it's in my ready room. Which is generally an invitation-only space.
Okay. Otherwise, it would be more than able to go into a trophy room, but you didn't purchase a trophy room. Yes, that is a ship upgrade you can get.
A trophy? That... What does it do? Like...
Stuff that I can't remember.
Fair enough.
Contains the
Probably fellowship stuff.
Yeah, I guarantee you it's fellowship and morale-related stuff. I just couldn't tell you the specifics.
Right.
But at the very least, you have some nice little results of slaying the alien menace on display, where important people will see it. And let's see. This would not apply to the captain, but even though it would be untrained for some of you, Geralt, Thaddeus, and Romeo, roll command checks.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have command.
Yeah, so you'd be doing it at half fellowship.
Okay, that's going to be pretty bad.
I don't know if I should re-roll it, because I did not well.
Wait till I roll it.
I equally did not well.
Alright. Moment of truth. Here we
Can
go.
do I have to, can I choose to re-roll it after I know the results, or do I have to do it before? Yeah, I'm gonna burn a fate point on this.
Same.
Unless the captain gives me a +10, I didn't succeed.
Neither
That
did I.
sucks.
I'm always giving everyone +10. I just walk through the ship. You +10. You +10.
Okay, if the captain actually gives me +10, and if I can get a +10 from the captain, then I succeed with 0 degrees of success. I'm right on the number.
Don't you guys also have some command-enhancing equipment on hand?
Oh, you're totally right.
Oh, yeah.
We have the Melodium.
And I have a suit.
Oh, right, and I have the pistol. Okay, so no, between the Melodium and the pistol, I'm actually good. I have an effective
No amount
50.
of bonuses will help me.
I have an effective 59 fellowship, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. I would have a 57, so I would pass as well.
Don't you not actually have the command skill yet? I thought that was a rank 3 thing for Arch Militants.
I might not actually have that.
I mean,
No, I don't think I do.
I know you have a number of bonuses to it, but from equipment that you have.
How fellowship is
Let me pull up
17.
my. I don't even have my fucking sheet open.
You do all get +10 because the Melodium. I had forgotten about the Melodium.
Oh, okay, if we get +10, then yeah, I'm good. I have 64 on the ship. Although I guess I would take a -5 because of Voidborn, but that was not a thing.
Fellowship
It was agreed on.
35.
Yeah.
Dark Age Officer +10 command. So it's 45, I guess, but then 55.
Divide by 2, so you'd be rolling against the 22.
I'd be rolling against the 22.
Yeah, what was your fellowship? Your actual score?
35.
35? Okay. 35, 45 with the command suit, and 55 with the Melodium.
And I'd be rolling against the 22.
27.
27. Yeah, okay, I didn't pass that.
Okay. The gem fragments can at least be on display.
Well, yeah, but then I can't use her as like an oracle.
I don't think you'd have a means to access her in the first place.
The holodisplay.
Did we ever find out why Romeo was being such a sketchy fuck?
No, he never told anyone what he said. I mean, he was against the breaking of the soul gem for the Farseer at all points anyway. We killed her. That was enough. Like, justice was paid. She died.
No, because she still had a soul.
Yeah, that's fine. But she
Oh
has
god,
no
the other ship's trying to escape. Get them!
She has no corporal body to like do anything in it. So who cares? Like, we killed her. It's fine.
But yeah, so it is Romeo who manages to hear the rumors that are trickling up from the lower decks and the lower ranked men.
That makes sense considering he's the bosun.
Yeah, it does. There
What
have
did they
been
say?
there have been a lot of forms flitting by in hallways, occasional whispers just out of earshot, things going missing, things turning up. I mean, to a degree, these sorts of reports come in all the time. All the more so after you entered this system, or when you're in warp travel. But the stories are matching up more than usual. Distinct feelings of not being alone when people otherwise believe they should be.
It's because the system's slowly going into the warp.
And also, the star has been fucking with people's heads since the very beginning. So we're probably just... This might be, like, the greater effects of that. I'm going to tell the captain about the rumors, and I'm assuming through a little bit more investigation, the increased reports. Straight up, keep an eye out for demon possession. Can't be too careful.
Okay. Other than that, nothing more of note occurs unless you guys cause something of note to occur as you trundle into orbit around Martellus Prime.
The shuriken cannon has no mysterious traits, right?
No, it's just a shuriken cannon.
Cool, that's good.
Shuriken catapult, not cannon.
Yeah, catapult, sorry.
Those are two distinct weapons.
Yeah, I think one's heavy, right?
Yes.
Do we learn about mysterious traits from anything else? And also, is this spear special at all?
That is something that is going to take a team of tech priests working around the clock to figure out.
Okay, I thought we had like the time now, but if they can't figure it out right now, that's not crazy. It is Eldar tech.
Like during the week we were moving out.
Yeah, they have been poking at it. Definitely, but yeah, it has not been an easy experience for them. They couldn't tell you definitively what that thing does, other than the fact that it is a spear and it is Eldar tech.
But they suspect it does a thing, though.
They're pretty sure it probably does a thing. They're just not sure what the thing it does is.
Probably acts helpful to you until you grow to trust it and then turns around and bites you.
Well, she's in the stomach for the shuriken pistol?
Yes.
That's pretty special, considering it doesn't have hands.
It finds a way.
It's like a backbiter cursed weapon in D&D. It just like turns into a snake and bites you.
Eldar backbiting finds a way.
Thanks, Jeff Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum.
Oh, come on, you're the Jurassic Park guy.
I know. I got the reference.
But okay, so you are once more in orbit around Martellus Prime. The feeling of unease radiating from the planet has increased tenfold since you were last here.
So I believe there was some mention of destroying the forest completely and utterly from orbit?
Yep.
Now, completely and utterly would mean potentially bombarding the Ghost engine itself wherever it is.
We're pretty sure it's thoroughly underground because the planet was bombarded before from orbit.
This one was not bombarded quite as thoroughly. This was a lot more foot-slogging conflict, as compared to the planets that were fucking blast.
Okay, perhaps I've misunderstood you because I thought previously you said that burning the forest to ash wouldn't be a problem.
Depends on exactly how much of it you are burning to ash. Burning a lot of it, burning 90% of it, but burning the entirety of the forest altogether, it's an argument of degrees.
We should be okay with our tank librarian dude.
New friend?
He's always been our friend. We're just gonna cut him around and...
Friends are still your friends if you force them to be your friend, right?
We didn't force us. He's like, oh yeah, we like you. He's like, I like you guys.
He's totally our homie.
And now we can tell him we killed the aliens.
Oh yeah, he loves alien killing. He'll love us even more.
Does anyone have deception?
Is that a thing? Isn't there a different
Yeah.
skill in this?
Yeah, it's how you lie.
Yep, it is one of the 4 social skills. Well, sorry, 5, I forgot commerce.
I have 0 social skills.
It's called deceive in this, but yeah, it's basically the same thing. It's basic fellowship, so you can do it untrained.
Too bad the seneschal isn't here yet. They get deceived as default, as a good lawyer/accountant should.
And he will use the fuck out of it.
It would help
While being obnoxious.
we could be like, the aliens, they ruined everything. We need to save the planet now. Come with us.
To be fair, the aliens did ruin everything, so that's technically not entirely a lie.
Yeah, they probably did.
I mean, the aliens have caused all of this problem, worsened all of this problem. We eradicated the aliens, and now we're asking for your assistance to help us clear out the heart of the infestation.
Which is not a lie.
So, how much of the forest are we burning down?
Oh, there is one possible benefit in the short term to whatever the fuck is going on down there. You can far more definitively, see with your eyes and scanners where the center point of all of this is.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, it is definitely visible.
That's a problem. When it gets into the visible spectrum, you know you're fucked.
Need some serious ibuprofen up in here.
Also, the Herald City appears to be under siege.
That happens often.
Right?
My dog's on painkillers because he's got a hot spot on his tail. He's so high right now.
Is he chilling out?
But yeah, he's just fucking laying down.
Yeah, I remember.
Sorry, go ahead.
I remember when my cat came back from having to get an abscess stitched shut. She was on so much shit. She just sort of it took her about 10 minutes to walk down the hall to a food bowl, and then she just kind of set her face in the food bowl and fell asleep.
We've got a cone on as well, so it's double the derpiness.
Yeah, no lie. My boss's cat actually does that with the water bowl just all the time. He just goes and flops down next to it and sticks his face in it. When he drinks far enough down, it tends to tip up on him.
Wow. Intelligent cat.
He actually is really bright most of the time.
Just lazy then, perhaps?
That seems pretty likely.
How should we deal with the siege? Bomb them from orbit?
I think
first,
we
ask
should.
questions later. I think that's clearly the best option right now.
I think for a change, we're going to try asking questions first.
Let's just blow them up.
We did that last time, remember?
They deserved it. They had it coming.
They had it coming. They had it coming.
We just got a letter.
Well, so currently this is what you know from orbit. That the Herald City is under siege by an, at this distance, indeterminate enemy force. The warp energies generated by the forest are visible now.
So I'm guessing they're probably sieging for entry to the Herald's protection bubble.
Yeah, I guess they're kind of scared.
I bet it's going to be
going down.
exciting as fuck when we start moving him.
Yeah. We could ask them first, because I don't think they're just going to go, oh, sure, go ahead.
That does also give you a fairly decent target as to where the center of the forest is, for how much of it you'd want to burn. If you want to risk detonating the center of it or not.
Do you remember last night
well-
with the screaming Tyrannid, like, warp horde?
So you're saying we should totally destroy it from orbit?
No. In fact, quite the opposite.
I'm pretty sure if it
Because I'm thinking if we had done that, if we had blown that up from orbit, we would have never faced a screaming Tyrannid horde.
we might have just been dumped into the warp right from the start.
All right, well,
that
look.
bad were they?
On the plus side, Captain would have got.
The alien says the Tyrannid aren't that bad.
They had a Hive Tyrant, which could have killed us all in the blink of an eye.
Pretty sure the Hive Tyrant could even take us even if we were in the gun cutter.
Possibly. I'm not sure what its AP capabilities are.
You know what? I don't. If it could have killed us, it would. It was just a gigantic pansy. We could have.
It was sleeping. It was sleeping.
You don't understand how things work. We blew up its house and then we ran, and then it fought other things that could also kill us, but they decided conveniently to kill each other instead of us.
No.
I'm pretty sure if you're like, hey man,
It was scared.
demons aren't pansies, and it just decided to kill demons instead of us.
No, it's scared of us. That's why.
I think you need to go to like the sick bay, bro.
He's cuckoo!
I mean, there's already kind of a cuckoo thing going around in this ship. Like, do you just have it bad?
No, I think you're just a little girl. Scared from a good fight.
I actually like this. This actually concerns Romeo.
You were all also aware from previous conversations that Geralt is the one who's actually faced Tyrannid in open combat, but long before meeting you.
Yeah, I was in a military campaign against Tyrannid.
I'm going off mic for a minute, and I missed a bunch of this conversation.
Doesn't mean he's not a crazy douchebag.
Doesn't mean he's not crazy.
Those things are not mutually exclusive.
They often go hand in hand. In fact, I think like all the war-related origin things automatically give you insanity points.
Really?
War
That
is
might be
hell,
where I
man.
got my 3 from.
It may well be.
War is hell.
I will have to have a look.
Not much hell, man. Not much hell.
No, I got it from Scavenger.
Ah, yeah.
I was gonna go Tainted, but I thought probably don't do that. Then become a mutant.
Would have been interesting given your background and everything, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how that would have worked. Because I wouldn't really be friends with anyone.
Well, more like there would... If you were friends with people, according to your origin path, there would be a damn good explanation for it.
True. Oh, Hand of War. Maybe it's that.
I'm going off
Okay,
mic for
sorry
sure.
about that. What was Girl saying about Tyrannid?
Oh,
That we could have taken Hive Lord. It was scared of us, so it didn't fight us.
yeah, he was doing the macho bravado thing.
He's being a macho schmuck.
Alright, so I'm thinking... I feel like we probably shouldn't actually destroy the facility from orbit. I'm getting sort of a feeling that it would be a bad idea.
Well, I meant, like, if the last one was only, like, a smaller ghost engine, and this being, like, the biggest main one, then the explosion would be a lot bigger and far more fatal. I think this one needs to be shut down,
that's why
like...
we do it from orbit.
No, I still think it's going to fuck up the entire system if we did that.
What's one more horrific scar on the galaxy? I'm sure the old gal hardly notices.
Hey,
but we will.
I'd be all for this if we had a faster ship so we could outrun the warp incursion, or B, the warp wasn't all messed up already so we could actually go through it. But right now,
Yeah, we trapped
that thing blows up, we're done. Which is the only reason why Romeo gives a shit about stopping it. He would rather just leave. Yeah, from my understanding, the warp is too chaotic to travel through right now if we tried to go into it. And we're also just straight up too slow to outrun the like giant warp dump that's going to happen.
The Farseer had when she noted it, had described it to you as you attempting to jump into warp would trigger the effect early, like poking a bubble with a needle.
Got it.
Sweet, brilliant. But, like, one of the ghost engines we turned off, like Zennith and Farseer woman, they turned off for their spooky psiniscience powers.
Also notable, the Farseer did not say that those were ghost engines that you were turning off.
Yeah, we just called them
she called them reservoirs later.
Yes, they were sucking power away from the ghost engine.
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Oh, man. Okay, here's an idea. We have one of the batteries, right? We were able to take one, I think the Eldar took the other, and then we blew up the third.
You're about to ask if we can rebatterize the second emplacement?
I'm saying, why do we even... If we can find a way to put the battery in and just have it dump its energy safely somewhere, then we don't have to give a crap. We can just deflate the bubble from inside of it. If we can just funnel it out into space somewhere, who gives a shit?
Well, that's just like a temporary problem for something that's going to last forever.
Yeah, I guess that's fair enough.
Then someone turns that down, then someone turns that off, and then we're equally as fucked again. So we might all sort out the problem now forever, and then never have to worry about that.
Right,
yeah,
here's what should be happening. The auger array should be painting the forest.
It is doing that.
I don't know what the maximum resolution we can get on it is, but get that.
Zoom and enhance.
All zoom and enhance. They're going to have a while because we're going down to deal with the Siege and the Herald.
Alright, I'm back. What was discussed? Sorry, I was just getting food.
Just plans for what we're going to do.
Culminating in, you're headed down.
Are we fighting Tyrannid?
You are not doing that.
Not anywhere near.
Not currently, although you'll be excited to know that I have a harvest plan for the Tyrannid.
You want to turn them into pets?
That would kind of be awesome.
Not exactly. I want to turn them into augments. I want to figure out which part of them it is that causes the anti-warp effect.
You want to create, like, hybrid human Tyrannid...
Tyrannid servitors.
Tyrannid servitors.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they call you a heretic.
Creating hybrid Tyrannid humans. Nobody has ever done that before. That never went horribly wrong.
Right, so what happened the last 6 times someone tried that?
Only once.
Who was it?
Wow, it must have been some fuck up.
They couldn't try it. They couldn't try it again. Let's just put it that way.
I mean,
Yeah.
Josh, do you remember that one
Fabius Bile?
that one branch of the Assassinorum that was only one
Oh!
enhanced assassin?
Yeah. Oh, was that all of that?
It is heavily implied that that was an attempt at Tyranid gene splicing. That did not go well.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about gene splicing. I'm talking about just straight putting muscle tissue in.
Well, it basically almost killed a Primarch, so that was pretty big deal. It took a Primarch, like the head of like one of the assassin cults and everything, to try and take down this one, like hybrid.
What, the Tyranid servitor?
No, it wasn't a servitor, so I guess this would be on a smaller scale, but this was like a human.
Well, it was one person, but then it was a lot after she figured out she could lay eggs.
Yeah.
And it just kind of spiraled out of control from there. It was kind of like
see, there are definitely some obvious problems there.
It was kind of like a mixture between Prototype and Aliens.
I was just about to say, it sounded like a xenomorph.
I kind of feel like a servitor could work, though. All you have to do is like take a living Tyranid and just put it in a robot cage.
No, remove the Tyranid's brain and just replace it with a computer, like a human.
Assuming that's not the part that does the warp block.
It would grow back. I don't even know anything about the Tyranid, and I already know it would grow back.
Sorry about that.
So, how are you guys descending to the planet? Teleport or gun cutter becomes increasingly important question in these circumstances.
I thought the plan was to teleport and just take the librarian and then just keep going. I mean, if we take out the ghost engine, they don't have a reason to raid the city anymore anyway.
So is that what you're going for? A god heist?
What does the what was the platform we made for him?
Basically, it's just a tractor with a bed to strap him onto.
Okay.
That's like all it is.
Oh, I wanted some guns.
Did you guys okay the removing guns from the fighters?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it does have a big gun.
Can I use the mounted gun?
Probably, yes. It is a heavy gun.
Is there another gun that I can use? I want a big gun.
I'm not trained in heavy gun use, if that's like a separate thing.
It is a separate thing. It's a proficiency.
I thought I had all weapon proficiencies.
No. You have all the basic ones, but then you still have to buy flame, heavy, and exotic.
Oh, God. And thrown, I think.
And exotic on like the per weapon basis. Heavy, like if you take like heavy bolter, or you would take heavy and then take a subclass, so like heavy stubber, heavy bolter, heavy flamer, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Well, never mind then. I'll be shooting at like half mine.
I wonder if there's such a thing as a heavy pistol.
I don't think there are any pistol class weapons that are heavy.
I mean, the shuriken, in terms of weight, the bolt pistol weighs more than the entire shuriken catapult.
Well, that's because a bolt pistol is basically just a gigantic block of steel that you can club someone to death with. They're like rectangles.
Yeah.
Alright, so the answer to the how do we get there question. The teleportarium works through the warp, does it not?
It does go through the warp. Although you know that you are explicitly teleporting into a stable location due to the Herald.
Of Andraste.
Yeah, do we have a like guinea pigs in cages or something we can try beaming down and back up and see what we get?
Yeah, they're called crew.
Well, I mean,
they're called mutants. Okay, the crew are fine. We have a whole stockpile of mutants around.
Yeah, we just have the crew already right here.
There are mutant members of the crew who normally nobody sees. They stay in the underdecks.
That's what I'm saying, though. But like,
Yeah.
part of the people who keep them in the underdecks are like, the armsmen, and we have the master at arms here. Like, yeah.
There is also the other option that the entire crew would be in support of. You happen to be in possession of one thing that was almost born for exactly this kind of purpose.
Murder servitors?
You have a Gretchen.
Gretchen.
Oh,
Yeah!
A
Is he still alive?
A creature
buddy!
Yeah, a creature whose almost literally his purpose in life is to be sent through teleporters to see if they work.
Yeah, he's actually going to be used as ammo for a teleporter gun.
Does he volunteer?
Of course he's not going to volunteer.
But he's not going to say no. Well, even if he does,
you'd have to decide if you wanted to force Flack through.
I think I actually promised Flack that we wouldn't force him into devices when we hired him.
You did promise him that. It's a matter of whether you want to keep that promise to him.
what did we hire him to do? What has he been doing this entire time?
Yo, here's a question about Splack, though. Orcs are really good at teleporters, right? Can't we ask him if he thinks this would work, or does he not have any particular expertise in mechanics?
Not particularly, no.
Okay,
That's
screw
more of
it.
an Ekboy thing. Most he'd do is assist a Ekboy.
He's been a moocher. This is how he earns his keep on our crew.
The only notable trait he has in this entire situation is the fact that chaos has no effect on him whatsoever.
So would we get honest test results that way?
Well, more like at the end of the day, whatever happens, nothing is going to possess him or affect him in the forest.
Okay, so you promised him you wouldn't force him to do it. Let's just trick him into doing it. Willingly.
That is really bending my words. Willingly? How are you going to manage that?
Just turn to do it. Why would he say no? I mean, why has he got to think there's any bad reason why going through this teleport would, something bad would happen?
Okay, well, what we could do is we could take the safe route and teleport into the stable area, which we're pretty sure won't blow us up, and have the cutter meet us outside, and then just use our giant tread tank to mow through the city if we need to.
Can we port the tread tank in?
I always thought that was the plan.
I'm going to assume that you probably cannot teleport the tank itself in.
Okay.
It's a bit too large. There are, things have to be able to, fit through the little Stargate door of the teleportarium.
Got it. Yeah, screw it. Let's just take the cutter down. We'll just blow a hole into the Herald's place. I mean, fuck it, we're not protecting things anymore.
We managed to get a decent location to fly to anyway, so it's not a big deal.
The Herald himself could probably be teleported out, now that he doesn't have legs and only one arm.
We're still protecting things. We're just doing it the fast way now.
Actually, yeah, if we were to if we're teleporting the Herald out with us, doesn't that mean that wherever we're going is also going to be stable? Like, we're taking
the Herald doesn't explode if we teleport him in.
Yeah, that's true.
But just hope he's okay. We haven't seen him in a while.
Okay,
the bubbles there.
I guess if we're going to play it safe, we're going to just take the cutter.
Well, why don't we...
sorry. What does this Herald do? Sorry, I think I missed that session. Or I left early or something.
He is making this area not corrupt. So every other area of the planet is being slowly, succumb to the corruption of the weird star and the ghost reactor and all the other crap on this planet. But his city was not, and the best we could figure, or at least the Eldar told us, and from our own observations, he is actively holding it back.
Does he know he's doing this?
I don't think he even knows what the hell up. He doesn't know things anymore, man. He's like a senile old man. He's basically full Alzheimer's.
He's a Space Marine librarian in Dreadnought armor. He's
10,000 years old.
Yeah, he's about 10,000 years old. Dreadnoughts aren't all there to begin with, and less so after 10,000 years.
Yeah, because he died and then was stuffed into a mechanical suit, and then lived for 10,000 years. And in fact, he wasn't even like part of the planet, or at least part of this civilization. They found him in the forest later. So who knows all the shit he's been through? He's just been in the forest for ages, and then they pulled him out and became semi-stable as a society.
Okay.
Doesn't have to end in JPEG or something. That's why.
Damn it, I keep forgetting the order.
Space between the two brackets.
Can he fight stuff? He's a space marine.
He has
one arm.
He has one arm, and he's 10,000 years old. Like, he's barely holding together.
I mean, still a space marine.
No, he's a dead space marine.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
he does still have total control of his arm. Just that all he has is his arm.
Let's just put a starfighter gun in it and just call it a day.
It's not really the kind of arm that, has thumbs. It's more the arm meant to pick people up and crush their spines.
Okay.
Okay, I just saw a picture, and yeah, that is a spine-crushing kind of hand.
Okay, yeah. There you are, Mike. That thing, without the sword arm and without the legs, is more or less what the Herald is.
It's just a torso.
In fact, I'm not even sure if we want to give him back to the Imperium, because wasn't he part of the Wolves? Wasn't he part of Horus's unit?
Yeah, he was one of Horus's men. You guys have confirmed that.
Luna
much.
Wolves. Yeah.
Yeah, so we might all just immediately be killed for heresy for even knowing the dude.
Nah. I mean, he's not Chaos, so it's fine. He's an artifact, if anything.
It's a very weird area you find yourself in. On the one hand, he's a Marine from a Primarch who turned traitor. On the other, most people don't know Horus even existed.
Yeah, it was only through really good rolls on the captain's part that we even knew the whole shit with Horus, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's not corrupted, but he could be. He's loyal to the Imperium, but he's preaching the original Imperial Creed.
Which I suppose would be different.
Like, every good thing about him is counterpointed by a bad thing.
Well, we'll worry about the part where we explain things to the Imperium after the part where we survive to explain things to the Imperium.
True
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah, I'm thinking quite far ahead. Shall we go down?
Right, so I'm thinking, we teleport a group in to secure the Herald to begin with while the tank and more crew come down in the cutter. And, can the fighters and bombers fly in atmosphere?
Yeah.
I don't want them to destroy anyone, but I'd like them to make a demonstration around the siege. I know, so tiresome I'm not just destroying everyone outright.
That would be
Okay.
very unlike you, Captain.
So, okay, so we're gonna teleport people down, probably minus Romeo, because he's probably gonna be leading the siege and piloting the cutter. You guys can secure it, and by the time Romeo's probably done with the demonstration, he'll have time to at least drop off the treads, or he'll do that first and then move on to demonstration, and then pick you guys up after.
Sure. Are Vox signal, is Vox okay? Not static at E at all?
In theory, Vox would be able to work in those circumstances. You don't know what the warp is or isn't doing.
Okay.
Of course, when things are this uncertain with the warp, having an astropath is equally uncertain.
Fair enough.
But so, you're executing on that, Romeo leading a demonstration and drop-off wing, and everyone else suddenly appearing in the Herald's throne room?
I mean, it's gonna take a while to put the Herald on the thing anyway.
Is my mic muted? Can't tell.
No.
No, it's not. I can hear Puggle.
Yep. That's Puppernutter. Yes,
Yeah, it's
it
cool
is.
now.
Yes, it is.
But if Romeo's going to stay in the cutter, then the Lost Ally armor is free to everyone who wants to take it.
I assume superpowered armors are probably the domain of the two people who are heavily injured.
That's basically what I'm saying, yeah.
I don't need it.
Does Zennith have dodge yet?
Zennith has the other armor. If you get hit, change the...
that breastplate or something like that? Or...
The Lost Alloy is better if you were going for that.
Yeah, it reduces everything by a lot every hit, no matter what. And we are talking about the best thing we've seen here is a las pistol we've made ourselves. But we're not going up against people, we're going up against demons. Last Alloy are still really good.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not good. I'm saying we're not up against las pistols.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Well, up to you which direction you want to go with it.
It's up there. If no one's going to take it, he's going to take it just for safety, but he's offering.
I'm up for it if it helps. So yeah, still at like 4 HP, or 4 wounds technically.
It makes you slightly easier to hit, but gives you the best armor of anyone in the group.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be a friend again.
It
ignores armor penetration if they have it.
Yeah, which is why it gives you the best armor in the group. Well, also because it has the highest armor.
It's basically the same thing as getting +8 toughness.
Whew.
Okay, so...
Just let me know how that translates to my armor pieces, and I can set it up.
What's your regular toughness bonus for Zennith?
4.
Okay, yeah, so she'd basically have 8 armor to all areas, and unless they had something that straight up ignored armor altogether, she'd have a damage reduction of, what's that, 12 to all attacks. Which is normally something only you guys have had to deal with against the bullshit things you've been fighting.
Yeah, you might as well then.
Yeah, unless they're coming at you with Meltas, you're probably fine.
Or, as I said, shit that ignores armor. Which exists.
Yeah.
You've encountered it.
Yeah, the Wraith one was a big scary one for that. Luckily, I was on the other side of the room.
I failed my dodge, I think. I can't even remember.
Yeah, you failed your dodge. But Romeo was just straight up on the other side of the room. I think that's why he didn't get hit. Because when we got in, he specifically said he was moving to the other side to try to talk to the Farseer hologram.
Well, and honestly, the reason he didn't get hit...
Flustered.
The reason he didn't get hit was because there was only 3 of them.
Oh, okay.
They prioritized targets.
Got it.
Now that you are a week's worth of travel away from knowing the numbers in that room. Which could have completely changed by the time you get back. But so... sparky explosions of warp energy, and the group is suddenly inside of the Herald's chamber.
His ideas taster? The guy who decides who gets to talk to the Herald.
Oh, the Arbiter?
Yes, him, exactly.
You're asking if he's there? Sorry, was I muted for that?
No, I heard it.
Oh, okay.
Bloody... Steam doesn't let my push-to-talk button work properly.
Oh,
I was saying, the Arbiter is the one who makes the decisions. If we go in there and just try to snatch the Herald, the Arbiter is the one who's going to be leading the fight against us. I'd rather do this without a fight.
Well, what would happen is we talk to the librarian dude straight away and be like, hey, you want to come on a journey with us? He'd be like, okay. And then anything the guy says is like, well, you're gonna disagree with what the librarian's saying. Like, whatever he says goes, surely. By like divine providence.
So we just go down there, get to the Herald. If they ask anything, we tell them very quickly that there's what we're doing, that there's no time to chat about it, and if they try to get in our way, we fucking deal with them and go through.
I am you from the future. There's no time to explain.
I've only done this once before, but... Because either way, everyone's going to die if if we don't get through what we need to get through in time. It's a greater good, Lady Lord Captain.
Cogitating.
What about this?
So, what is the captain's decree based on input? Assuming Captain's push talk is working.
Oh, for God's sake. Yes, straight to the Herald.
Oh, straight to the Herald. Okay. So yes, there is one split second, the room is more or less empty, save for the Herald's worshippers, and then in a crackling explosion of blue light, just all of you are there. Did you bring anything of note with you, besides yourselves?
Tech priests, red shirts, murder servitors.
Okay.
Romeo didn't bring himself. He's on the cutter.
Right, Romeo is in the cutter.
Romeo didn't bring himself. He's bringing himself.
That's
the only thing Romeo brought was his absence.
So, rather quickly, you find various guns and spears pointed at yourselves, although you have everyone in the room massively outgunned.
Is this the high gravity planet again?
Oh, yes, it is. So, limited equipment loadout would be notable for you guys.
Sorry, everybody.
Deep power armor also helps with that.
It does.
God, Mike, you're like that one kid at the end of class. Oh, do we have homework, teacher?
I had been thinking about it, and it would have been more of a pisser for you guys to get into the middle of the woods than I remember it.
Yeah, so I think I can wear all my regular armor and bring 2 pistols, and I'm going to grab the plasma grenade too.
How much does it, like, how do you know what your weight load is?
I just remember what I took last time.
What is this armor that I have now, weight-wise?
So power armor doesn't count against its weight when you're wearing it, and it increases your strength by 2, or by 20, so by 2 points.
Yes.
Okay. Does that mean I can carry the
flamethrower?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say yes. I'm not definitively sure if you can, but with fucking power armor and therefore no other weight to speak of because it deals with its own weight, I'm gonna say you can carry the fucking flamethrower at least.
Yay.
How is weight calculated? Like, equipment load?
There was a chart thingy. I thought that I had it on my little GM screen, but apparently I don't. I can just pull it up, though. It's fairly simplistic. It's just, if you have this much strength modifier, you can carry this much before you start to suffer
Is it strength and toughness, or is it just strength? I thought it was like a combination of both.
That may well be. That does sound right. Although, yep, it is strength and toughness. Okay, yeah, so it's your strength bonus and your toughness bonus combined. And then in this case, that's -2, because of the gravity. -2.
As long as Zennith can carry more than 6 kilograms, you can take the flamer. And I'm pretty sure you can.
My gun is 7.
Well, just, what's your strength bonus and your toughness bonus?
6 together.
6 together?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you're looking at 18 kilograms.
Oh, that's pretty decent.
Without penalties.
I don't think my armor doesn't actually weigh anything.
Oh, your built-in skin armor?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty... And the sign skin.
Right,
just don't weigh anything.
It probably doesn't weigh 11 kilograms.
Well, does have to concern about a gun.
Yeah, but he has 18 and then -7 for the gun, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, so sounds like you're good for your gun and your armor.
Yeah, well, and the pistol as well, in case melee.
Yeah. And I know the captain was kind of screwed over by it before, but can at least bring the sword, right?
Yeah, and hopefully the shield.
You're using power armor now, aren't you? Oh, I suppose you was before.
Yes,
as well.
it's a lightweight power armor, so it's only half plus 10 strength.
Right. And it obviously cancels out its own weight, all things considered. But so, various guns are pointed at the group of you guys. Certainly the armsmen raise their guns in response.
Alright, so to my men, I'm going to say stand down. And I'm going to say,
Some of them give sidelong glances to Geralt, looking for a secondary confirmation.
Yes, stand down.
Greetings, followers of the Herald. Surely you have noticed the threat to your world in recent days. We are the last hope for this system, and we ask that the Herald assist us to save you all. Yeah, we heard you, Mike. I'm the one who keeps going silent.
Yeah, they did hear your confirmation of, yeah, they can lower their guns.
I really hope that speech went through.
It did.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Make a charm check with the end of that. Although you're going to give you a +20 circumstance bonus, given your previously established relationship, and the fact that the world is pretty obviously fucked right now.
I'm going to spend a fate point.
That was with the +20?
That was with the +20.
Wow. Your fellowship...
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, I rolled an 83 the first time.
We understand. Apparently the leader of whatever guard force they have here looks aside to both groups of men. They lower their guns. We are uncertain about the Herald departing, but if it is to fight this enemy...
I assure you that if the Herald does not depart with me, we shall all fall to it.
And behind you, the Herald still has the Eldar device clutched in his hands. Or hand.
Yeah, anything exciting / horribly exciting going on with that, or?
Not that you can see. I mean, the little Julie things are glowing, but...
Getting Senescence off it?
Go ahead and toss one out. I guarantee you'll succeed, given how high your skill is at the moment, but do that thing.
Well, maybe not. I'll try fading it, why not?
Everyone's using early fate.
Wow. Yeah, don't keep it.
Yeah, there's a lot of psychic interference here. Between the shit the Herald's keeping out, the Herald himself keeping it out, you're not sure if the device is generating anything in particular.
By interference, we mean crappy roll-20 rolls.
Yes, in this case, crappy roll-20 rolls, but that is your in-character thing.
Yes.
You're trying to play Name That Tune in the middle of a hurricane.
Such a fun game, though.
That's annoying. It would be nice to know if it was psychic or not. Or, you know,
Well,
had warp and he's going off of it. Because then we know
Yeah,
if
if
it
it
was
was helping or harming.
Hey,
Helping
wait,
or
did that include
potential
the
bomb.
captain's bonus? That minus 0.3?
No? Yeah, I suppose it didn't. Well, I assume it didn't.
And I was just thinking how much I approved of her actions as a crew member using her specialization.
Yeah, I'm assuming you did not incorporate a plus 10 onto that for Zennith. In which case, that would indeed be a success.
She really likes me.
Barely, but is a success. Enough so to tell that, at the very least, yes, it is producing some kind of psychic something.
That's nice.
Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, to be determined. But we should probably, you know, go.
Well, we have our transportation equipment coming. So did the Herald pay any attention to my speech at all, or is he just busy?
Well, he opened with the usual thing he opens with. Where is Horus?
He's still wondering.
Yeah, still wondering. He asked twice in your last conversation.
Fuck, we had an answer for him last time. What was it?
You had two different answers for him last time.
Dead, I think we told him.
That was the first one you told him.
He's actually erased from existence.
Wait, what? I don't
Emperor-
remember that part, but it's the sort of thing you'd imagine would happen when someone was erased from existence.
I didn't tell him that, but the Emperor mind zapped him out of Horus out of existence.
So, Horus is no longer among us.
Don't have time for this. Again.
Well, I mean, we have until the tractor comes in anyway.
And speaking of the tractor, so Romeo's forces come down and do a little bombing run around the besiegers.
Yep. I can do a check if you need me to.
Well, a check would probably be good, yes. Just make a pilot check, leading your group there. Or you're leading a wing of bombers. Make a command check.
Okay. That I need to reroll, so I will do that. That is much better.
You with your bajillions of fate points.
I love my bajillions of fate. God damn it, second 8. So close. I got 3 left.
Literally 1 bajillion. 1 bajillion fate points.
And now you're at a bajillion minus 2.
So sad.
Okay, yeah, so...
I only have 2 to begin with. I gotta conserve mine.
Yeah, I know, Romeo's lucky. He has 5. He's always said that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well, you successfully perform a bombing run around their forces as opposed to on them. But, you noticed something that you didn't expect to notice. As you are coming out of your loop.
Sorry, give me 1 second. I actually just got a phone call.
Oh, okay. So meanwhile, while he's getting a phone call, the Herald, of course, continues to be mildly oblivious and periodically forgets things that you tell him.
Alright, so I'm just going to keep harping on, this entire world is threatened, and we need you to rise and rejoin the fight.
Okay, done. Sorry. So I noticed a thing on the bombing run. I got that much.
Yes, something you did not expect to notice.
Okay.
A proximity alert.
Okay.
Notably, you're in the air.
Yeah. So something is either firing up at us or something is currently around. Should I make an awareness check?
You definitely can do that.
I'll make an awareness check, and I'll get the engine seer to try to use the auger rays to try to pick something up as well. That is a bad awareness.
Okay. So you definitively got no successes on awareness?
I got no successes on awareness, but either way, he's going to tell everyone else on the bombing run to start taking evasive maneuvers.
Okay. I forget precisely what evasive maneuvers does.
I'm going to look it up right now, but I'm pretty sure it's you make a check, and if anything is trying to hit you, it takes a minus to its ballistics.
Right.
But I'm going to confirm that real quick. Vehicles. Yeah, okay. It's called Jink.
Right.
If you want to avoid incoming fire, you can make a challenging pilot test, so +0 on a success, and for every additional degree of success, he imposes a -10 on all shooting at the flyer.
Okay.
Until the beginning of next turn.
Well, fortunately, it does not look like any of the group is hit. However, you do see what you're getting the proximity alert for.
Okay.
There are insects, massive slathering insects that are buzzing about the battlefield.
Great.
And they are mounted.
Okay.
Can we see?
Probably dudes.
Dudes is a generous way to put it.
Chaos mutants.
Cycloptic creatures with a single horn, entrails bursting from their guts, pustules all over their bodies. Apparently leading charges with big, jagged swords.
Okay, got it. We need to gun those things down, man. I don't think that they can actually hurt us, because I'm assuming the swords aren't like actual. It's still primitive tech, and like we could probably just ram them all day to kill them all, but there's still no reason to risk that.
Oh, they'd be all over their shit.
So the fighter escort wing is opening fire on the flyers.
Yep.
Okay. Meanwhile, whilst bugs are being shot out of the sky and trails splattered across the army below,
Oh, over the army.
Not our army.
Yeah, they weren't directly overflying the army, so... I'm just concerned it might be an infectious thing. I mean, not that I can tell you any of this, and my standing order on this sort of thing is to keep yourself alive, so...
But there is also the potentially time-sensitive matter of dropping off the tractor treads.
Oh yeah, the fighters can do that. Romeo's going to go drop that thing off.
Okay, Romeo's making the drop whilst the fighters engage in aerial combat.
Yeah, they're good. They got this.
Okay. So Romeo gets in as close as he's able.
Yep.
And so the treads drop down with a resounding thunk. The team of tech priests that are intended to link up with those you brought with you to get the herald mounted up, riding along it.
Looks like the Mass Effect 1 Mako drops. Okay.
And there is murmuring amongst the men as you hear some bits and pieces. You guys back at the Herald's Chamber get reports that, yes, the treads appear to be dropped off, and you hear scattered rumors of the dogfighting taking place in the skies above the battlefield. Yep.
Quick side note, Romeo's going to join the escort party with the treads.
Okay.
His guys are just going to be ordered to stay around here and defend the ship if they need to, but they got big ship guns, they'll be fine.
Yeah. But there is also plenty of talk, leads you to believe that this is not an ordinary siege. It is definitely not the first time they would have been besieged by people seeking the safety of the Herald. This is different.
Did we just shoot down a shitload of friendlies again?
You have no idea.
I really hope not.
I think they might be Tyranid.
Nah, probably just creatures like natural to the world. But
well, I mean, they were.
Remember gigantic like phasing mantis thing from the first time?
That's true. Giant bugs is kind of a thing.
And meanwhile, I assume whilst all of this is going on, Godfire is raining from the skies onto the forest.
I believe that my first directive was for them to identify basically all of the structures in the forest and do not rain Godfire directly on them.
Right.
Also, a map of them would be really nice.
Okay, yes, so basically while you were down there, they are continually doing scans and bombardments. So, off in the distance, everyone on the planet is able to see, well, everyone outside at least, is able to see what basically looks like a meteor shower. And occasionally the Earth shakes all the way to where you guys are. And before too long, Romeo and the Tech Priest contingent arrive, ready to get your fancy new hood ornament mounted up.
Fantastic. Have we convinced him to hood ornament?
Well, you have definitively convinced him that he needs to go and fight. That didn't really take much effort.
I felt like that would strike a chord with him.
At this point, he's just quoting things. You're not sure if he knows where he is.
That's fine. I'm sure.
Scoring 20 minutes ago.
Will be morale. I'm sure some of the quotes will be good for morale. Hopefully.
At this point, it is very much a Liberty Prime kind of situation.
Woohoo! We got Liberty Prime.
You just have this robot that appears to have very little cognition of where the fuck it is, shouting out inspirational quotes.
Hey guys, we found the bard!
I was gonna say ouch because I play a bard in a lot of games, but it was too funny.
All right. Time to go bug hunting.
More like demon hell hunting. Eventually.
They look like bugs, so they're bugs to me.
No, these ones are bugs.
So is this a remount to the gun cutter situation then?
I believe so, yes.
I'm reasonably certain the gun cutter has room to just park the Herald rig in there.
What,
Fantastic, because if not, we have a terrible problem.
Well, otherwise it would basically be the equivalent of strapping the dog to the roof.
How many people do you think the rig is, like in terms of size?
I'm not exactly sure, but based on the size of a dreadnought and just like more or less the size of, a big vehicle.
I mean, the cutter can hold 30 people or equivalent cargo.
Right, I'm sure you have enough room.
I love that picture right now, by the way.
Let's see it.
Ah, the clampets.
But okay, so you've successfully flown in, shot a bunch of random bug creatures out of the air, and mounted up a demigod whilst preparing to assault a haunted forest. Good start to the day. And is the fighter bomber company accompanying you on your run into the forest, or to the tattered remains of the forest?
Well, what happened here with the bugs? Did they just completely and utterly destroy them?
They shot down all of them that they were able to see. Occasionally more came up every so often. Occasionally some flew in from elsewhere.
Can I get information from anyone on what the hell is going on? I mean, I figure that the siege was probably scared people looking for protection. What the hell is up with the bug flyers? Can somebody native explain this to me, please?
Well, you managed to get the Arbiter on hand. This is a big deal for him, of course. Herald's being pulled out. We have no idea what this is. This is not an assault by the Outland tribes.
No, that does not look like a tribal assault at all.
There are monsters, beasts the likes of which we have never seen.
Alright, well, much as you don't have that much warm fellow feeling for the people outside, they are people. I'm going...
I have seen our men melted into piles and bursting pustules.
And are those people out there melting into piles and bursting with pustules?
They are the ones inflicting it on us.
No, the ghost engine is what's inflicting you on what's inflicting it on you, and we're about to go inflict on it.
I have seen them drive their poison knives into our men. I have seen them vomit their corrupting fluids.
I'm pretty sure there's one of those situations where no, both of those are happening. I mean, like, yeah, the ghost engine is causing the crazy corrupt dudes, but also the crazy corrupt dudes are also murdering their people. Those are both true statements.
Yes, but one causes the other, and we're destroying the root cause.
Well, then all we have to do is deal with the people who still vomit horribleness.
Yeah, that'll be for later.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do I have reports from any of the fighters or anyone with eyes on the army? Is it a sieging army, or is it scared people, or is it both?
Well, obviously none of the natives are going to be giving you an accurate answer as to that.
Yeah, I've tried those answers before, and they don't go so well.
Whether they are or are not scared people, the natives are going to treat them as if they're assaulting monsters.
Yes.
The bomber teams were only able to confirm that there were definitely, monsters and shit there. Like monsters, big monsters.
In the crowd?
Yes. They couldn't get eyes close enough to, see if people were being melted or not.
What I wouldn't give for scarabs that didn't have to come with Necrons. In any case, I suppose we'll see what happens as we go. So, can we go with some fighters to protect the cutter and leave the bulk of the forces here to protect the people from the people and the other people?
By protect, you mean plasma bombs?
I mean, plasma bomb anyone who's starting a fight. The bug people were, well, I mean, technically they were only in the airspace. You didn't really let them bounce off the windshield.
There is active frontlines fighting happening at the moment.
Ah, shit. Even after we bombed around?
Yes, even after you had bombed around. I'm assuming you didn't bomb on the Herald City.
Are they in the city
Could have done, but no.
They're at the city's walls, and the fighting seems to have gotten, about a district in. It's a hive city, so it's big as fuck.
Just nuke it all. It'll be cleaner that way.
I'll spend the rest of my life feeling dirty. The sort of dirty that nuking a bunch of scared people gives you.
I've never known that feeling.
I can't say I have direct experience. Well, that's not true. I do have at least some direct experience in it, and it's not very nice. You know what we really need are peacekeeping servitors.
What do you mean, like Judge Dredd kind?
Murder prevention servitors. I'm sure that won't go horribly completely wrong.
Oh, I think I don't really know how they would stop people from murdering others, other than it'd be like...
Oh, we're actually just spray painting murder servitors blue and giving them a nightstick.
Right.
Speaking of murder servitors, a thing that we might actually want to do is just teleport murder servitors down, program them to kill anything that doesn't look human.
Instead of chainsaws for arms, they just have, like, boffers.
They just got those big, like those big inflatable bop it kind of things.
Yes. Sock 'em boppers.
Yeah, sock 'em boppers.
Yeah, I really wish that we had time to build a shitload of those loudspeaker telephone poles I talked about.
In time, you will definitely want to get fucking Voice of God speakers on the outside of the ship.
You know, now that I know that's a thing, yes, I absolutely do.
I don't know if it isn't if it is a thing, but I can't imagine it isn't.
With a name like that, how can I not fall in love with it? Alright, well, for the moment, from what I can guess, the fighting is, a fear pressure thing, hopefully.
So are you or are you not leaving bombers behind to bomb the back lines of the besiegers?
I don't want to bomb their back lines either.
Bombing their front lines would mean bombing the Herald's men and the assaulters. Bombing their back lines would mean just bombing the assaulters. Or not bombing anybody.
I know you feel bad, but you should bomb someone.
Yeah, we should definitely bomb somebody. I want to see explosions.
I don't particularly care for the explosions, but it's just so much cleaner now than what we're going to have to deal with later.
The thing is that if we do this that way now, we're going to have to keep doing it that way. Which I just realized none of you are going to have a problem with.
Why do we have to keep bombing people? I mean, it makes sense now, I think.
Because it's the sort of thing that causes scars in the psyche of a people, and then a generation later they come back and start bombing you again, and then it's back to bombing them.
What do you think they're gonna, like, at the technological advancements to try and bomb us? Do you think they have a choice in this? This is a one-sided argument. Like, fast to that.
Assuming the Inquisition doesn't come here and murder the entire planet as soon as we give our report in. It is a planet literally full of corruption.
Well, so far, but I mean, we're halfway through it. Again, we're getting really ahead of ourselves, but we should bomb them. Just the backlines. We're only killing bad people here. As much as bad as relative.
We don't know they're all bad people. A lot of them might just be scared people.
We don't need to know that. If you don't want to, you know, that's fine.
I don't suppose any of those craft have loudspeakers.
Probably not. They're primarily spacecraft. Spacecraft have very little need for external speakers.
Yeah, I figured.
We just have a bigger defensive force then?
They can they can only make one very loud noise.
I was about to say, if you want that noise to be gunfire, where they've got you covered.
Then shall we just use them as a defensive force rather than an offensive force?
Well, I mean, there's active fighting going on. Either you're joining in it or you're not.
Yes, I'm saying rather than joining in, we use that just have more people to defend ours.
Oh, for your escort, yeah. I get you.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm right and the root cause of the fighting is fear, we're going to deal with it. If I'm wrong and the root cause of the fighting is that they're mutated murderous bastards, then we can always bomb them afterwards. Your men are dowdy fighters, are they not?
Speaking to the Arbiter?
Yes.
We will hold as long as we have to.
It's just my only fear is that as long as the more time that goes on, the more infested the main city gets with these potentially corrupted people, which makes bombing them impossible at that point. And more of like a, on a battlefield fight rather than something that we could deal from distance.
I mean, your definition of impossible is you're not dreaming big enough, to quote Inception. I mean, we can bomb the hell out of the city for sure. It's
yeah. I'm saying Captain's not going to do that. So
yeah. Can and will are two different things.
Like, the more infested they get into the city, potentially, you would be able to bomb, because then there'd be more casualties. In your sense of the word. I'm fine with this, obviously.
I don't. My character doesn't care.
Are the big guys like giant, corrupt, horrible monster things?
I mean, there's big things that are definitively monsters. It's very hard to believe that they were ever human. If indeed they were ever human.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is when people get that far gone, they're really not ever people anymore.
You
So what they want to be.
You certainly encountered things somewhat like that in the woods.
So the woods has just come out of the woods.
Okay, so, tell you what, why don't we leave fighters here to keep the city safe from air assault, because they don't have any air power here. And to pick off all the big guys.
Doesn't sound like a bad plan.
The bombers can do their best on that front, though they are not too precise. They're going to be taking out a lot of people around the big guys.
Yeah, I was thinking the fighters had guns.
They do, but they are air-to-air fighters. They're not really stop, hover, pick off a specific target thing.
They would be much more or less accurate than the.
Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping they're slightly more accurate than the bombers.
Well, they'd have to do basically the same thing, wouldn't they? Like, they'd have to
It would be a strafing
destroy
run, but
everything,
it would be in a line rather than a full circle. I'm trying to minimize casualties in a space where there's already war, so I don't think I can provide a perfect plan. Pardon?
No. I said that if you nuke everyone, then there won't be a war.
Well, no, but nor will there be in everyone.
That depends how much you like these people. As previously alluded to, you can just get other people.
Yeah,
on the
we
ship.
really just met them.
Also, straight up, we have no reason to believe the Eldar lied about the whole this planet spawning a dude who will destroy half the universe.
Yeah, we could just blow up the fucking planet, and then that changes the future.
We don't want to blow up the planet. Nor could we.
Well, I mean, like, kill everybody on the planet.
Inquisition could, though. And the Inquisition, if we tell them, has good reason to. It's half corrupt.
Yeah, but are the Inquisition going to stop anything that's going to lead to the extermination of the Eldar?
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of buds.
I mean, I know half the crew wants to.
I mean, they wouldn't do it for that reason.
I mean, we just don't have to tell them about the Eldar.
Or at least we don't have to tell them about the prediction. Blowing up an Eldar ship is probably a feather in our cap.
True enough.
Do we have any
We
finalized?
found the ship, we raided the files, we found out about the warp incursion they set up, we stopped it. Done.
Speaking of warp incursion.
Yeah, we should probably get on that still.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming we're all talking when we're flying towards it, because it's not going to be instant.
Although you will get there much faster than you otherwise would.
Yeah.
Though the gun cutter can't go quite as far as the Zennith can, it is still basically an interplanetary starship hopping from a city to a forest.
Right, so as we go, I'm going to let the Zennith know to stop firing.
Alright, they cease their assaults. I mean, there's a few stray cannon shots that still head down, but eventually things are tapering off by the time you get there. No more bombardment.
Alright, now I'm going to tell them to do their best to keep a teleport lock on all of us, because we might have to leave in a hurry. We have in the past.
They will do their best.
Alright, let's do the thing.
Oh, right. So, the cutter approaches the horrifically blasted wasteland that is the outskirts of the center of this thing, this ghost engine. There's still some woods surrounding it, although the blasts have done a decent number on them, kind of like those wonderful old videos of what happens on the outskirts of a nuclear blast. Yes, you did not directly bomb those sections of the forest, but the heat and pressure alone have incinerated the outward-facing parts of most of the trees here.
Well, I'm sure it had many interesting things. We weren't going to use the forest as a resource.
If there were any living things in it, certainly nothing where you're standing now has remains that you could examine. Everything here has pretty much been incinerated or powderized. Or both.
Exactly as requested.
There is still a little bit of force to get through. Just things they could not avoid targeting for fear of actually obliterating the Martellin device, if it is on the surface or not. And so you set out with your probably larger than average contingent. I would probably...
yeah, if we can. I mean, bringing more people down by teleport. And more murder servitors. We're going up against demons. Murder servitors are a perfectly cromulent thing to bring.
They are. Basically, you can go for extremely large volumes of men, or a decent complement of murder servitors. Eventually you start to tip the scales where you have so many men the murder servitors couldn't possibly be programmed for them all.
I think fear checks are going to be a thing, so murder servitors over men.
Agreed.
Murder servitors over men. Got it.
That's not finalized thing, but that's my opinion.
I'm pretty sure we want everything here dead anyway, so...
Yeah, I didn't think we were going to be doing any interrogating, so...
Just murder servitors?
Primarily murder servitors, and the men needed to keep them reasonably under control.
Okay, so,
Tech priests to help us shut the thing down when we get there.
Tech priests to control the murder servitors, to be fair.
Can murder servitors be possessed?
That's an important question.
I think yes, but also I don't think it matters.
Technically they can, but...
Really?
Well, like, guns can be possessed, and computers can be possessed, so...
Oh, okay, yeah.
Regardless of whether or not the murder servitors are organic or have souls, they can be possessed like literally everything in existence.
Right, but does that change much?
There are things called demon worlds, because a planet was possessed.
But if those things turn on us, it's a little bit harder to deal with them than people.
But if nothing turns on us, it's way better for us to have them than people, so...
Well, people are going to be scared shitless, and the only thing that people are going to be used for is meat shields.
Which I use frequently.
Indeed.
Yeah, but you got power armor now.
That's true. But these are also demons.
The other thing that they've proven good against with the Tyranid was that it's a horde versus horde.
Oh, yeah. Good to remember that.
If there are any hordes.
How are murder servitors at horde versus horde?
They'll kill it eventually, but they're limited by the number of hits they can deal per turn.
Does it not work with damage, more just how many hits they do? Versus hordes.
Yeah, that's more the concern versus hordes. Depending
but also they have great dodge. They have 2 of them a turn, and they have good armor. I think they have 8. Right?
They have great armor. Yeah.
Yeah, they do have very good armor.
They'll be fine.
In this case, probably running the murder servitors as a high-grade horde as well, given the number of them that you're bringing.
High-grade horde. Oh. Besides, the Herald will protect us from possession.
Oh, you are bringing the Herald along for just that reason.
Yay, Harold.
Yeah, and he's just periodically shouting stuff. We are the doom of the enemy. Cleanse, purge, kill.
Want a patriot?
That we are. That we are.
We are the Emperor's angels dead. So basically the whole journey you're walking next to that.
Just like have at least one tech priest just recording it for later to auto-tune.
That would be amazing.
It'll be the anthem.
What's Zennith's toughness bonus again? 4?
4.
Okay. And what's Thaddeus' health at? He was at 2, right? And then he got his toughness bonus healed?
Yeah. I'm at 5.
5? Okay. I'm getting tokens keyed up on another screen.
Awesome.
So, 2 murder servitor hordes. Yay, hordes. Okay, and pulling you guys over. So, as soon as you hit the very edge of the forest, things do not get off to a great start. Certainly the area immediately surrounding the forest, that was completely lifeless, even by demon standards. No one is surprised about that.
Yeah, can you imagine what this walk would have been like if we hadn't paved it first?
Longer.
And the Herald could have broadcast his slogans as he rolled over trees.
So, a horde of beasts begins to emerge from the edge of the forest as you make your way out.
Woo.
Corruption engaged.
They look like bloodthirsters. Not bloodthirsters, bloodletters.
Bloodletters, yes. That is exactly what they are.
Yay, I'm correct again for our demise. Do they teleport? Oh, well, I suppose I can't say that yet. I haven't really asked that.
As far as you see, it is just this horde of very, classically demonic-looking creatures striding forth, big, jagged, spiked swords in hand, flaming swords, horns, fiery red skin, one of them riding atop a huge, corrupted beast.
Oh, they got that as well.
Hmm?
They got one of those things as well. The big armored.
Oh, yes.
So roughly how screwed?
Well, they're just painful. If it's anything like Dawn of War, they're painful. And they're a bitch to kill. I don't know if they're anything like Dawn of War, but at least in Dawn of War they can teleport.
So basically it is a small group of those emerge from the edge of the forest.
Oh, do you say they're specifically hordes?
Functionally, the two on the flanks are hordes. Their commander, mounted atop his armored demonic steed, he's a singular entity.
That's fantastic. So that's why he's got the red dot.
That is why he's got the red dot. So these things hissing and screeching at you sort of form up a battle line. They are not actually charging as of yet.
Blood Crusher,
Really?
that's what it's called.
That they're not charging is actually kind of surprising.
They are snarling. They're snarling, lunging. They are preparing for battle, but they're actually drawing up in an organized fashion.
As should we probably be doing.
How should we go about what order we murder them in?
I have also set the murder servitor hordes and the tech priest groups as controlled by anyone.
Now there's 3 hordes?
Yeah, that's better representative of the thing I was trying to set up. The commander looming behind their lines.
Then I guess he's lost.
Though they are forming up in an orderly fashion and do have, semi-orderly, and are wielding clearly forged weapons, they still have a bestial demeanor about them.
Yeah, I was gonna say the whole forming up in alliance thing surprises me.
Alright, servitors, murder.
Do we have a turn before we engage?
Basically, you guys can set up how you choose. I'm assuming you all have token control.
So,
Can I aim
platform
the
has
token?
guns, right? Fighter guns?
A fighter
What's
gun.
that?
Romeo will take that point right there. Keep in mind, Romeo's got no armor on right now.
Right.
To be honest, I want to be all the way back here. But I feel like that probably won't be a great idea.
A ways back is perfectly fine, although there are cons to it that I'm sure you were already considering.
Well, the only one I was considering was they teleport.
You can just be standing on the herald's head.
Yeah. Ultimate defense. The ultimate defense.
Romeo's actually going to move that gun on the platform.
Okay.
Where is the platform?
Somewhere.
Under your feet, apparently.
That is a good note, where the platform is.
Could you draw it or something?
Yeah, I was about to.
Cheers.
So do we have enough murder servitors to form lines?
Reasonably, although the murder servitors don't form up quite as well into lines.
The demons are more disciplined than the murder servitors? Oh my god.
They are, yes.
They are quite intelligent. I think they can talk. I might be wrong, but...
If they can, they're not displaying that. They're just making noises.
Yeah, I assume they're not openly talking to people.
They're just sort of screeching and hissing at you.
Okay, so, quick question. Demons, basically no moral weight whatsoever, right?
No what?
No moral weight whatsoever, I can kill them without consideration?
That is up to you. I do not believe you are quite a demon expert. You can operate off of what you know.
Well,
Would you
what I
feel
know
any remorse in any other game that demons would be in?
Romeo has
Not
heavy...
especially.
Does Romeo have heavy weapon proficiency?
I don't think this would be any different then.
He does not.
Okay, he can get it, right?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
But I know I'd be taking a -20, but still, he doesn't necessarily want to be in the front lines, and that gun is really good.
Yeah.
Assuming that none of the other crew member has heavy weapons. If they do, he's probably better off leaving it to them.
I mean, in theory,
No,
you guys specifically brought a heavy weapons gunner with you.
Alright, then yeah, he's not going to jump on the gun then. He's going to let him take it. Because they have 45 base, right?
Yes.
With the -20, he's worse than 45. So yeah, leave it to him. I guess he'll be... Yeah, that actually sounds like a pretty alright place where he is right now.
Defending heavy gunner guy.
I mean, the problem is he can't even take, like, the Capri's plate with him.
Is
It's too
Zennith
heavy.
right there?
Denev's got the best armor out of all of us.
Alright, I'm gonna hop down
And a
as well.
forward cone AoE.
And the ability to paralyze demons.
Yeah,
Hey,
alright.
demon.
That's what I'm hoping.
Well, anyone, but demons specifically, better.
But these are the lines that you more or less drew yourself up into?
Yep.
Okay. The demons come crashing in. Initiatives. (1d10 plus your agility bonus, as I recall.
Does the high gravity do anything to our initiatives?
I think they are -2, but that would apply to all of you, demons included. So, more or less, we can just ignore that, since it applies to everyone equally.
Okay. Meh.
So we'll just roll initiative normally, or?
Yeah, just roll initiative normally. Since everyone in combat has the exact same penalty, the end result means it doesn't matter.
And I can roll twice.
Yes, you can, and pick the best result.
That one's better.
Really? A 7? That is?
Yeah, I know.
It's better than your last roll, apparently. By 1.
Painful. So I got a 1 last time.
You got a 6 total last time.
Yeah, but that would have been
yeah,
one rolled 1 with my agility of 5.
That would have been 1.
Depressing. Oh yeah, you can also spend fate points to say you have maximum initiative.
Oh yeah, maximum initiative roll.
Probably should have done that, but whatever. I'll go over it. None of them have guns, right?
None the demons?
Yeah, I guess none of the demons have guns.
No, none of the demons have guns.
Yeah.
Of the many things demons generate, guns are not one of them. Unlike the Tyranid, who do grow guns.
Mm.
Well, they forged swords.
They did do that, apparently.
Is the beast the guy that's riding look mechanical?
No, it looks fairly organic. armored, but organic.
Okay, just really armored.
It's a little bit smaller than the one you're thinking of, the thing it's riding.
Yeah, okay.
But okay. The Herald is basically expending all of his effort maintaining the shield at the moment. He's not in the initiative order.
Is there like a actual shield, like a visible shield, or is it just more of a feeling?
It's just more of a feeling, or rather a lack of one. Hey, Thaddeus, you get to share an initiative slot with the guy on the heavy gun.
Oh, how nice.
Okay.
Me and him can be buddies.
Okay. Demons and murder servitors charging at each other. Well, they will be. Technically, Geralt and Deneb get to act first.
Alright, I'm gonna shoot into... Is that a horde right there?
That's 3 hordes and a commander on giant dogback.
Let me have the commander.
Geralt is kind of... He likes taking out the biggest thing on the battlefield, so he's not gonna let you have that commander. Because he's gonna shoot at it.
Technically, there's 2 creatures there. The commander and the thing it's riding.
I'm shooting the
Yeah,
commander.
the dog's bigger.
The dog is bigger.
Actually, yeah, I did see the biggest thing on the battlefield. Okay, yeah, I'm shooting at the dog.
Okay, the dog is a shitload bigger.
What is the bonuses I get on my guns right now? So I have a dot sight. It's not single shot.
Yeah, it would only be if you're doing a single shot thing. So
I get plus 10 for my thing, plus
10 for using a pistol, plus 10 for close range, and then the captain.
Size modifier. That thing would take you get a bonus to hit because it's bigger than it's bigger than hulking, right?
It's only hulking.
Yeah. Okay. So plus 10.
Yeah. So plus 10.
plus 30. Or regardless, it's like a few degrees of success.
Also notable fear rolls.
Yay! What a fucking
Sorry, I'm
surprise.
off headset for a sec. Or off mic.
What's its fear modifier? Sorry.
All right, I passed.
The fear roll in question would be at minus 30.
Okay, so it's fear 3.
It is fear 3.
Okay, that means I don't ignore it with 26 insanity, right?
No, you would need 30 insanity to ignore it.
Cool.
All right, well, never mind. I don't burn a fate point because I only have I'd need under a 5 to... Because it's willpower, right?
Yes, willpower in this case minus 30.
Okay, fine. And I'm just gonna take the fear, I guess, without...
Okay, I'm gonna just spend a fate point to give myself plus 10 because why not? I didn't save it. That sucks.
It's a good roll, but
that's a failure anyway.
willpower, right?
Willpower,
I have 40 willpower, so I'm actually 1 over.
That sucks.
Yeah. If it's
Like-
130, that puts me at 1 over.
Would have liked to use that willpower on the fucking hell to my
That's
gaze
a-
thing.
Degrees of success matter here, so...
Yeah, degrees of success and failure do matter.
I'd rather fail by 3 than 8. Alright, so yeah, I burn a fate point.
I probably should give myself a plus 10.
Well, I suppose if the captain wanted to, she could say she's giving you the plus 10.
Captain, do it!
But it's only 1 per round.
Captain, clearly I'm the most important person in the universe.
I'm not particularly assigning it anywhere else. I can't give it to myself.
But it would mean for the subsequent turns, you wouldn't be able to give it to anybody else.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I saw that coming.
Okay, so Thaddeus is getting the plus 10.
Cool. That means I succeed.
And I'm getting the brunt.
Okay, so Thaddeus and Deneb come out of that okay. How bad was that for Romeo?
2 degrees of
2
failure.
degrees of failure?
Yeah, I did spend the fate point to give myself plus 10, so including that, it's 2 degrees.
And how many degrees was that? So that's 2 degrees on Romeo. How many degrees on Geralt?
3, I failed by 3. No, sorry, 2.
Nobody else has fear resistance at all?
Fear resistance 1.
I just mean like as the like plus 10 to fear checks type thing. Isn't that like a Voidborn thing or no?
Next time I get a level, I'm going to have psychic resistance, but next time I get EXP, but that's not now.
Oh, I get plus 10 on fear resist tests. My bad. I only failed by 1 degree of success.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot my Armor of Content thing, but my roll of 11 is good enough. I don't want to waste it.
No, I just get that as a talent.
Okay, so this could be worse. Do you guys want to do your own shock rolls, or should I?
Wait.
I don't know what that includes, but you do.
I'll do my own shock roll. I'm brave.
Okay, 1d100 plus 20.
Fuck. Oh man, immune to the fear ability
Yo,
from
99!
alien creatures if it's only 1 or 2. Oh my god, this is 3, isn't it?
And this is demon, not alien.
Oh, true. Okay.
Yeah, otherwise Jaded would apply and Denev wouldn't have to roll at all.
So
Yeah.
I'm guessing I'm D100 plus 30.
You are.
Yep.
What's this for?
Oh, and you are plus 10, so that's 50 for Geralt.
Okay.
And this is the results of the fear check. Normally I've done these rolls for you, but I offered to let you guys do them this time.
Yeah, fear checks are my nemesis.
Yeah, last time I didn't go too well.
Especially in this
The
system.
crying and the...
Yeah, you guys are all... Like, every fear check you guys are making is getting an extra minus 10 in this system.
Damn.
Just all the fuckery in this system screws over fear checks.
Whoa, wait, we don't have immunity to that because we're by the Herald?
Ooh, good point.
Hmm.
What depends how much you want to give Herald's powers merit.
Yeah, I
I mean,
suppose
it's not
that,
even in the city. We're like 10 feet from it.
Come on, Bard.
I suppose that is worthwhile. I mean, that wouldn't actually, that would mean that Geralt passes.
Ooh, nice. Okay, cool.
Well, it also means that Captain has 100 and I would have 87.
Oh,
Assuming those matter, but we would be 10 better, right? So 1 less degree of failure.
yeah, so Romeo... Yeah, Romeo would have 87, Captain would only have 101, and Geralt would have nothing. Okay. Romeo, 1d5, roll it, do the thing.
Three!
You gain 6 insanity, and you're running back towards the cutter.
Cool, I have over 30 insanity now.
Okay, in the future, seeing something like this will not cause you to make an insanity check. And,
Been there, done that.
and unfortunately, Captain, 101 and 111 are the exact same thing.
Yay, I'm host.
Okay, roll 1d5 and then roll it again.
Should I make an insanity check to see what I get now or after the fight?
That we will handle that after the fight.
Okay, got it.
Okay, Captain, you gain 2 insanity. And you're unconscious. 3 turns. Good thing
Hold
that
this shit
you-
as best as possible.
Yeah, good thing that you used that ability for Thaddeus.
Thank you. I also didn't want to be fucked over.
Well, more like because she wouldn't be conscious to use it otherwise.
That's also a good point.
How long is Romeo running back to the cutter?
Once he personally feels he is not in danger by the demons.
Got it.
Or more specifically, the commander's mount.
Interesting. Okay, that's
So-
different.
Yeah,
that's
because
the fair.
the demons could theoretically teleport after him as he runs.
But yeah,
Is a thing.
the demons
But not
themselves...
they would know, but...
Yeah, the demon army itself only fear 2.
I ignore that then. Oh no, it's Xenos. Never mind.
Well, anybody who has 20 insanity or more is ignoring that.
I have 27 now.
Well, yeah, you, pretty much all of you are whatever to the demon horde. Well, I mean, maybe not whatever, but it is still...
Well, I only have 3 insanity.
Well, you were still successfully able to pull through this, but a lot of the rest of the group is basically just brushing it off as, yeah, that's a horde of demons with xenomorph heads wielding flaming swords, I get it.
My nightmares are worse than this now.
Your reality is worse than this most days.
Yeah.
But no,
So
that beast, that mindless, fire-eyed animal on which the commander rides. And you know it can follow you. You know it will follow you anywhere.
Not into the sky, though.
And Geralt is blasting it.
as far as you know.
And
Yeah.
here we go.
Geralt is indeed blasting it. So get it
All
back.
right. So does accurate proc, or is that only when I aim?
That's only when you aim.
Cool. So that's this shot is with the 2 shots from my lucky sidearm. I'm doing the burst fire, so 2-shot burst.
Okay.
And 1d. All right, first shot. Okay, then with my second hand, I'm shooting with the laser pistol. And I'm not sure if that hits. If I get a plus 30, I hit.
You are getting a plus 30 total, yes.
Okay, so that hits with no degrees of success, so I only get one of the burst shots off.
Okay.
But I'm going to roll that right now for damage.
What's your armor penetration on that thing?
5 on the first one, and then 4 on the second one.
Okay. Obviously, it does have toughness and demonicness, but at the very least, you get through all of its actual armor.
Perfect.
So if you're only concerned about its toughness. And of course, if someone does successfully kill the demon dog, then yes, Romeo is less concerned about fleeing. Probably an embarrassing mark on the captain's record. Hasn't Thaddeus fainted at the sight of something terrifying too?
I did? When was that?
Wait, is it a like ongoing fear type thing just exuding from it, or?
It is, but you're not making like a check every turn.
I mean, like if I held it and locked that part away, would everyone kind of snap out of it?
Oh, right. It's not like a supernatural power. Although their demonic presence ability to fuck over other willpower tests could be locked away. Which I was not applying. Otherwise that would have been minus 40. Because demons can do that. Just give everybody minus 10. But okay, so those are your damage rolls then?
Yep.
15, 17, 12?
Yes.
Okay. Only 3 shots?
Well, I didn't get enough degrees of success to hit the second burst fire shot.
Oh, okay. So only one shot from burst fire hit. I get you.
Yep.
Well, the last shot, was that your last pistol?
Yeah.
Okay. That just seems to harmlessly... I mean, it does seem to bore a hole through the thing's armor. You see bits of the metal superheated and blasted away. But the creature doesn't seem significantly affected by it. Just screeches at you during the charge. This is all, of course, happening simultaneously in the span of seconds. The couple bullets, however, those do pierce through, sending bits of demon matter scattering about, some kind of molten blood underneath its skin.
Well, don't know about that.
I know what Zennith's getting splashed with.
Like, it's okay, power armor. It's okay, power armor.
Yes, she does have power armor. That is a thing that she has.
I suppose it is fully encompassing.
Yeah, she is fully enclosed in power armor. Oh shit, I forgot to roll for the demons. I know they're not going to get as high as Geralt. I assume Zennith is going to try and lock somebody, though.
Yeah. Probably the commander. Or I guess if the commander is like riding in quickly on his thing as he's doing it, she might try to lock the beast in place and so it'll like knock him off or something. Like it just suddenly freezes and like the guy gets knocked over the top of it and slams on the ground.
And then you switch to locking him and the mount runs him over.
Okay. Got them set. Zennith, you can make your attempt to lock a demon.
Yay! Let's play lock that demon!
Pick a demon. Any demon.
What do you think, guys? Dog or commander? 'Cause I kind of want to fuck over. Like, mostly, like, she's seeing in that demon, like, the Tyrannid warrior that flew off her foot. As it was, like, the commander of that particular bout of hordes. So I think she's gonna go for that guy.
Do what you want. I think the dog is going to do far more damage than just one more man with a sword.
But also, the dude is probably going to command the mount, so he might just stay there and do nothing for now.
Come on, fuck him!
Did your roll not go through yet, or did I not see it?
It went through. 5.3 degrees of success.
Oh, wonderful.
Ooh, what a roll.
Well, which one are you targeting? Nothing on the field can beat that.
The commander.
The commander? Okay.
Fuck this guy particularly.
So, the commander of the Flaming Blood Demons is frozen in place atop his snarling mount.
All I see is the bastard that took my foot! He's like the six-fingered man.
Okay, the demon commander is locked in place. Captain, what are you doing? Oh, right,
being unconscious.
One turn.
Like you do.
2 more turns now.
I can only see 4 things on the turn order.
Can you?
I only see one Lost Servitors, 2 demons, and a Tech Priest.
So do I.
Yeah, I have the hordes as I have each cluster of hordes is only one thing on the order.
Yeah, but I'm not on there. Neither is the captain. Neither
Yeah, I
is
don't see anybody
or
else.
Gerald or Zennith.
Really? I see you and... Oh, I know probably why. I'm still using your entries from another page, I guess. What was Zennith's initiative?
Okay. 12 or 13? Let me see.
12.
12. It's 12.
Okay. And yours was 7, right?
Yeah, I got 7. Romeo's got 8. Zephyr's got 11.
Oh, I don't think I added Romeo onto the turn order at all. So convenient. Well, Romeo is running for his life.
Yep.
Because the demon dog is not yet dead. And there's none of the party was on there?
Yeah, there's no one.
Okay. Yep, it's using your tokens from a previous screen then, which do not display in the turn order. Unless you're on that screen.
Right.
Okay, in that case, Captain. Unconscious. 2 more turns. And murder servitors.
This is what they sort of live for.
As in, they sort of are excited by this, or they're sort of alive?
They're
sort of alive.
I think we should move. They should order them here and here to protect the front. Have the tech priests.
These are all hordes, of course, so they are somewhat nebulous in the number of squares they're taking up.
Oh, okay.
Basically, you can consider them to be taking up, well, most reasonable size of squares.
I'd say they should go after the outsider ones, and then tech priests help us in the middle.
The tech priests are just there to be handlers. I only added tech priest onto the turn order to represent the dude manning the heavy gun. Otherwise, the tech priests are going with the murder servitors. But so, murder servitors off the leash, charging. And yeah, so hordes splashing into each other. Demon blades and fire versus whirring buzzsaws and sword arms of the murder servitors. Oh, where's my roly-poly doodle? Where's my roly-poly doodle? Hey there, doodle. Let's roll dice. Okay. How do you do GM rolls on here? I guess it doesn't matter that much if you guys see it. I'm just be easier.
I thought it was just the GM roll. I'm not sure. Like literally just /GM roll, 1d10 or whatever. Yeah. Oh wait, that's 2 GM. But hey.
Nobody saw that?
I know.
Okay.
Nope.
Not that it's that big a deal, just the murder servitor's damage rolls are complicated enough that it's easier to just type it in. 3d10 plus 17.
That's insane.
The only reason it's important for this, because we're doing horde on horde, it's just making sure they can actually deal any amount of damage.
Yeah.
Because if you wouldn't deal any damage to one member, it doesn't matter what you are. You're not taking anything out of a horde. But no, murder servitors deal absolutely absurd amounts of damage. Especially because they also have tearing on that 3d10.
Oh.
Wow.
So they get to reroll every single hit. Every single d10.
Yeah.
You just get, I think you get to roll both 3d10 twice and pick the combined total of which one's better. Like, you don't get to go through each one and pick, I don't think. But I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the combined total you reroll. That's at least my GM ruling on the matter.
Right.
Okay, yeah, so demons start getting slaughtered as they're exchanging blades with the murder servitors. So demons are just exploding into showering sparks of molten blood as they are dragged back into the war.
Kind of strange how they don't really die. Like, can they just come back again?
In theory.
Did they like level up in that way? Like they always keep coming back.
Hard to tell exactly.
That's pretty like self-consistent in stuff. Like even in D&D, demons when they go back, they just like become lower level demons, and they get dragged back when they die. Like their souls just go back to hell, and they can like grow through the ranks again if they put enough time and effort into it.
Yeah, that's why that's why it can be hard to kill even demon princes, who are actually just people who ascended demonhood.
Yeah.
Because even when you kill them, they're not technically dead. They're just shunted back to the warp for whatever their chaos god wants to do to them for failing.
I was about to ask how you become a demon, and then Chaos God kind of answered that question.
Yep, you please your chaos god. Okay, so, and then the exchange of swords. The initiative actually worked out pretty well there. So there is just a mad, murderous meat grinder of flaming demon swords and revving murder servitor parts along this front battle line. And quite soundly. Their weapons just go right through the servitors as if they aren't even there, just cutting them like butter.
Murder servitors, no.
Murder servitor coon.
Minor losses inflicted to both sides. And she locked the commander, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, here is a moment of truth for the commander's mount, then. Because it got damaged by Geralt, which means it's on a fucking ticking clock now. It has to deal damage or insanity points to someone, or it vanishes.
Oh, right, because of instability.
Yeah, warp instability.
Doesn't the gaze thing also increase your warp instability?
Yeah,
Yep.
but that's to the commander, not the dog right now.
Got it. We should probably ping the commander then.
Yep.
Any amount of damage dealt, and then they have to either deal damage or insanity points to someone, or have to make a willpower test to not vanish.
Good to know.
So the commander's still being dragged along, but he is just kind of frozen on top of his mount, contributing absolutely nothing. And, okay, let's see how he does on this. ravening beast that it is. Stupid thing, where is it? Okay, yes. So the commander's beast begins running forward, full speed. It leaps the battle line.
Can the commander even stay on at that point?
The commander was holding onto the reins when you paralyzed him. Although I'm not rolling things to see if
Can he actually keep hold of something when he's paralyzed? Like if it shifts?
It depends how it works. I mean, if it's like electricity, then he would still be holding onto it.
He might just be hanging from the reins and getting bounced around, though.
Because that's the only thing he has a hold of at this point.
I will probably make a roll to see if he flies off and is being dragged around by his inescapable grip on the reins.
At such a point, he would take damage.
And depends on how good his armor is.
Fair.
I'm going to go walk my dog, but I'm not really necessary in this because Romeo's just going to run on his turn anyway. So
Yeah.
I'll be back.
He's going to run until the dog goes away.
Or until he thinks the dog goes away.
Yeah. But, okay. And... holy balls. You are a lucky person. Geralt. This thing has a functional weapon skill of 79 when it's on a charge.
Holy shit.
And it did not roll good enough.
Mind you, that is only one turn.
But it does mean that it didn't deal damage. And so it has to make a warp and stability check.
Oh, that is true.
And Romeo's running. Thaddeus, do the thing.
Shooting. Shooting probably the... I don't know. I suppose the hordes are just killing each other.
Commander!
If you do deal damage, it has to make another check because it's already had its turn. So it won't be able to do damage. So now every time it takes damage, it has to make a check because it won't be able to deal damage. So you can just shoot the big thing.
Yep.
Makes sense to me.
Like that or the commander.
I think with all the bonuses, I'm above 100%. Well, above 100. What are the bonuses I get?
You get plus 10 because it's close. Not sure what other bonuses you get.
You cap out at 60, obviously.
Yeah. Oh, we should count me up at 121. If I was to get the whole 60, I don't know if I do. Let me have a look. Combat actions. Because my full auto fire gives me 30. Actually, no, 20. So I'm at 30. Any other bonuses other than him being, like, massive?
No, so just the plus 10.
Okay, so plus 30. So 91. Well, I rolled 84, but I still hit.
But not with all of the shots. It's full auto, right?
Yeah.
Although you do
That's
get
it.
2 extra automatic degrees of success one way or the other.
True. So I think I hit 3 of my 5.
Okay. So that is 3 hits. Roll their damage. What's your armor penetration?
4.
Okay, and this is on the Hound,
The Hound.
the Flesh Hound of Corn.
Indeed. Oh wait, I suppose all 5 still fire, so I'm at 15 bullets.
Okay, and that was armor pen 4?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so basically here is what happens. As their two battle lines crash into each other, the much larger force of demons, barely being held back at the moment by the meat grinder of murder servitors, the commander suddenly freezes on top of his steed just as it's kicked into a charge. It goes rocketing over the top of the battle lines, just barely missing Geralt as it tries to rip off his arm or his head, whatever it can get, but it misses, hits the ground, skids. It was definitely pissed off about getting shot by him. You can still see the bullet holes in the armor over its head. And just as it's skidding like a cat that missed its target, it slides, still facing Geralt, but sliding in this direction. A nice full auto burst, rips parts of it to shreds, and it just vanishes out of existence. The commander skittering across the ground as he is, as his mount is suddenly vanished out from underneath him. So now he's just frozen in his sitting on a mount position on the ground.
Take any damage?
He did not.
Damn.
Normally they would, but this is a demon. They're pretty tough.
Fair.
Do they get some sort of unnatural toughness? Or demonic toughness?
Both. Most demons have unnatural toughness, and being a demon is also just gives all demons another level of unnatural toughness.
Right.
Unless you have a weapon that bypasses it.
Do such things do that?
Holy weapons, psychic powers.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah, holy weapons, psychic powers, and force weapons.
Cool.
Just realized Geralt isn't on the turn order.
With my sword. Man, that sword is the best thing ever.
Your crystal sword?
Yes.
Penetration is beautiful.
It is a thing of beauty. It is definitely a glorious relic of a forgotten age. And fortunately, also means that Romeo would have personally seen and heard the screeching death cries of the flesh-hound of Khorne being torn to pieces. And unfortunately... Well, no, I suppose he would have some bonuses. Is it enough to overcome? Okay, yes. The gunner is able to fire at least one shot that off of the autocannon that is able to successfully splatter one of the was it bloodletters? Bloodletters.
Yeah, bloodletters.
Which brings us back around to Geralt. That was an interesting past couple seconds.
So the commander being on the ground right in front of me, immobile. What kind of bonuses do I get?
Is he in front of you, or is he over here?
Yeah, he's over here.
Oh, okay.
Skidded a little ways. I mean, if you just, spent a half move to walk right up to him and press a gun to him, you'd just automatically get maximum level of degrees of success.
I don't know if I want to do that, though. I can shoot him from here.
But otherwise, the fact he's immobile just means he can't dodge. Otherwise, your attack roll is the same as usual.
Okay. And I guess I'm getting some sort of proximity bonus. So it's going to be plus 30 like it was with the dog.
Plus 30 total, yeah. How close is point blank? Oh, right.
Doesn't matter. I hit with both.
Right.
Roll 1d100 plus, so 1d10 plus 9. First damage roll. Righteous Fury. D10 plus. So, okay. Altogether, that's 27.
Oh, shit, that is a lot of damage because of the Righteous Fury.
40 damage on the first pistol shot. two pistol shots, sorry, and then with the last pistol, that is I get to fire twice with that as well. So that is 22. No, which one? Do I get to reroll damage on something?
Not on those. If your weapon had tearing, but only your bolt pistols have tearing.
All right, cool. So that's a total of 55 damage.
It does. The individual shots matter. Since the damage is reduced separately against each shot.
The first shot does 20.
The first shot is a fucking monster. Okay, so let's see. That was 27, 13, 15. Is that what we're looking at? 27, 13, 15?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he has not been banished back to the void. Or back to the warp.
The void.
No, the void is different. The void is space.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. 27, 13, 9, 7.
Oh, that was...
No, 27, 13.
Okay,
7, 15, sorry.
Okay, the 7 doesn't even affect him. Even if he wasn't a demon, that wouldn't affect him.
Okay.
He's got enough toughness to just ignore that one way or the other.
Okay.
Okay. Zennith. You don't have to spend an action to maintain that thing, do you?
Nope. As long as I don't change it to something else or use another power.
Right. So, you're freed up, I suppose. That guy's still locked.
Yeah, so gonna meander back over by Geralt. Point the flamethrower at him and let loose.
Okay.
Have fire.
Well, 18 isn't bad. Let's see if it's enough to incinerate a demon, for all the irony that is loaded with.
Instability!
Instability is irrelevant until the end of its turn.
Fair.
But that doesn't matter because you deal exactly enough damage to kill.
Yeah!
There you go.
Geralt is like crazy softening people up and other people are picking them off.
Cue Fortuna again. Or no, maybe it's joyful at this point. Da, 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 da.
Okay, so yes, in a bath of fire, the demon is consumed by the, ironically, the fires of the warp.
We love irony.
One more turn, Captain. And murder servitors continuing the just absolute insanity that is the front battle line here. As two sets of essentially mindless meat-grinding kill machines are going at each other. I'm reminded of fucking Venture Brothers. Just, dude, it's like Dracula versus Yoda in there.
Yes! And Captain's over here like, sleep!
Sleeping on the job.
Sleeping on the job.
Oh shit! The murder servitors have one advantage against these fuckers.
Step aside?
No, that's less relevant here in Horde.
No warp instability?
No. They take a penalty to their weapon skill to do it, but they can dole out 5 attacks per turn, and they get... How many is that? 2, quote, attacks because of their numbers right now. So basically, each horde can dole out 10 melee attacks a turn, each of which has the potential to take out something from the enemy horde.
Nice.
Oh, and by the way, I assumed that you were not here, Romeo.
Yeah, I just came back.
Yeah, actually rather comical if you were not shitting yourself terrified of the situation. The Fleshhound of Khorne leapt over the battle lines, charged at Geralt, utterly missed him, skidded along the ground like a cat that had missed its mark on a waxed floor, and was immediately shredded to pieces by Thaddeus's full auto fire.
Oh, so I don't have to run anymore. Sweet.
Yeah, you heard its screeching death cries and saw its rider thrown to the ground as its mount disappeared beneath it, dragged back to the warp.
Badass.
And Geralt flooded the guy through full of holes, and Zennith burned him to death.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's no commander anymore.
There is not. For whatever he may have done, he's definitely not going to do it now.
I mean, he's going to do it in the warp, but, like, we care about that.
Well, if we can't solve the situation, we'll care very much.
I think after Murder Servitor, Demon Fight, it is your turn to come back and actually do something.
Yep, I'm gonna do the first shot of this new gun. It's gonna be fabulous.
Oh, right, you've got a fucking shuriken catapult.
Yeah.
A lot of hits.
With the fucking 10 on the full auto, and oh, good lord, that's gonna be insanity.
For hordes, I imagine that's a very, 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 very good thing.
Yeah, repeating fire, and any weapon with exploding on it, too.
Yeah, it sadly doesn't have exploding, but it is rending damage, which is fun.
Taste full auto ninja stars.
Oh, that reminds me of a...
Okay, so once more, a few of the bloodletters are cleaved down by the never-ending kitty cat clawing of the murder servitors. Lots of cat imagery today.
Yes, or Sunday too, come to think of it.
What cat imagery was there Sunday?
Well, see, I told my DM the name of this tavern was the Enchanted Cat.
Uh-huh.
Magic
And then
pussy.
there were cat masks
The
and
magic
cat
pussy
spies.
Are you kidding? Sorry.
It's not
My
even
character.
Saturday, though.
My character would immediately make that vulgar, no matter what character I would be playing.
Not even Saturday, though.
Okay, and once more, the murder servitors reasonably cleave through a few of the demons, although the demons cut back with melting through the murder servitors like butter once again. Several murder servitors fall cleaved in half by the flaming blades of the demons.
Blast their buttery powers.
Which brings us to Romeo. Making his thing attack.
Yep, full auto. Let's go. Boop. Yo.
Yeah!
Oh, I have lost connection to the server.
No way.
It's a one.
No way.
It's a
It was so awesome he lost connection to the server.
You just DC'd our DM.
So you got a 1?
That is indeed a 1.
Sadly,
He fired hits so well.
So I get a plus 30 to roll because it's with half range increment, and I get a plus 20 from full auto, so the maximum I can do is 8 hits. Sadly.
But you get those 8 hits, clearly.
Yeah, I do. So, 1,
8 hits to still 8 hits.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, what's the pen on that? I know it's high.
Did
Oh,
you say they were
actually,
renting? Doesn't that mean you roll twice?
No, that's for terror.
That's tearing. It's the damage type. It's R. It's like Razor. Pen 6.
Right. Although, but wait, that actually doesn't matter here because it's all toughness
all-
bonus stuff. Only the actual fucking dog had armor.
Well, it's gone now. 1, 2, 7, 19.
Oof. Oof. So, Romeo hears the death cries of the horrible dog creature. Spins about, defiant.
Puts on his shades. He's never had them before, but he has Ray-Bans now.
Sprays a massive torrent of singing Eldar shurikens into the demon lines, unfortunately to ass-all effect.
Oh, really?
You took 1 down.
Oh, I'm so sad.
Most of the rest of that,
Why's
they would...
Good toughness, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that was... The 7 didn't even get through. The 10 would have gotten through if they weren't demons. 5 would have never gotten through. 9 would have gotten through if they weren't demons. 11 would have gotten through if they weren't demons.
Fucking demons.
Goddamn demons.
That would have shredded lesser hordes.
So
Yeah,
sad.
like Tyranids or something.
Well, it was a good first go.
It was indeed.
Certainly, many of you have flashbacks to the Eldar firefights, or the firefights in which the Eldar were involved. Now it's kind of making sense. Hey, they were firing full auto too, and they accomplished ass all.
Because it's so many hits. I don't imagine shooting shurikens out of a gun is like very good.
Well, they're mono-edge shurikens.
They're mono what?
They're monomolecular shurikens.
What?
Their edge is only 1 molecule wide. That's why it's 6 penetration.
Yeah,
Wow.
6 pen I think is about the same as the bolt pistol.
Bolt pistol's 4, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's funny.
They're certainly better, but as far as basic guns go, this is a pretty good one.
Okay, but yeah, Thaddeus. Demon Horde.
Demon hordes. Getting shot. That is. Yeah, I get all 5.
All 5 shots, okay. Roll the damage on them. You're looking for more than 12.
Yay, 1 hit for 25. Okay.
Yeah!
Then another one
Okay.
hits for
Yeah, get us
27. Wait, what? No. Oh, that's the same. No, sorry.
No, those are separate rolls.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes! Like a fucking boss.
If only this was like, not a horde where the actual damage amount doesn't matter as much.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
If only this was like...
Yo!
Going. He's going. He's going.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What is this?
Come on, let's go for 5. Oh.
Holy fuck. What are... God damn it.
I feel as if there must be some kind of bug, but I can't see what it could possibly be.
No, I think we just witnessed something. That's like less than a 10,000 chance, isn't it? It's like 1 in 10, 1 in 10, and 10, and 10, and 10.
God, something like that happened the other night, too, with my Shadowrun group. Where with Shadowrun, your rolls are d6s, and then when you get a 6, yeah. And he was making a disguise check. And we thought the roll was fucked up because he rolled and he got a 36.
Wow.
Wow.
So just like, okay, you have just put every professional makeup artist in Hollywood to shame.
That's amazing. Yeah, well, it's the same thing that happened last time. I got like 3 threes in a row. I think it might be the algorithm. I think it might be the algorithm for like this site is actually not perfectly random.
Very likely not. Although it's weird to have it repeating so closely. Usually,
this is clearly karma for my shitty fear rules.
In a perfectly random string of 100, the chance of something coming up 6 times, like a coin flip, is like there's like a 90% chance of you having a string of 7 in terms of coin flips. But that's like again, that's a 50-50 chance, not a 1 in 10 chance.
Right.
Well, but it will happen. I mean, there's a statistics class where one of the homework assignments is to either flip a coin 100 times or to make up 100 coin flips. And the professor could distinguish the made-up coin flips from the actual coin flips because the made-up coin flips didn't tend to have strings of heads or tails.
Yeah, if you have 100 coin flips, the string of you having like a string of 7 is actually pretty high. Or something like that. Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. It's like, this might actually prove that maybe they are random. Maybe they are perfectly random. Because if it was an algorithm, they wouldn't string, I guess.
But, okay. So the autocannon fires.
28. And 20.
But, okay. So the autocannon fires. And once again, as much as your guy who is on it is better at it than any of you, because he has the proficiency, he's still not getting very much luck in the rolls department. He takes out a couple bloodthirsters with nice explosive autocannon shells. Or bloodletters. Good lord, you're not facing bloodthirsters.
No. No way there would be several. That'd be ridiculous.
Yeah. No, like one bloodthirster would literally just walk up and start stepping on you.
Well, one is enough, so several would be retarded.
Don't remember, I looked up the stats for bloodthirsters. I thought it might be fun. It would not be fun.
Well, one would be enough.
I really like the quote. I thought it would be fun. It would not be fun. That's a quality quote right there.
Like, wouldn't they be like the equivalent of like a Baylor or something?
Kind of. But basically, I calculated it. None of you could possibly deal enough damage to actually hurt them. To overcome their armor and their toughness and their unnatural toughness and the demonic toughness.
What about the cutter?
Maybe. I didn't calculate that. Maybe. Not definitive, though.
Not including penetration stuff. I did 127 damage there.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
But
you said it was just so big it would step on us, so I'm picturing kind of a King Kong thing with this giant demon in the cutter now.
But, okay. Geralt.
I'm going to shoot once with my lucky sidearm into the horde.
Okay.
And then I will... Well, let's just do the shot first, and then I'll tell you what I'm going to do after.
Okay.
Cool, that's, I guess, enough degrees of success.
Get with both your shots? on that
Yeah.
gun?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
It's
Basically-
not. Yeah.
You're just looking for more than 12.
So the second shot does not do shit. And then I'm going to drop my last pistol, and I'm going to draw my grenade.
Ooh, you're chucking your grenade then.
Wait, what's the damage of your grenade?
Greg, where'd you get a grenade?
1d10 plus
Found one.
6.
Eldar.
Yeah,
and
that would
six.
work.
And
1d-
is
Pen doesn't matter, they have toughness. It's like toughness, demonic toughness, unnatural toughness. They don't
Alright.
actually don't have armor.
1d10.
The murder servers do have armor, though.
True.
And
I'm
they
gonna-
would probably be in the blast.
Was it a plasma grenade?
Yeah, it's a plasma grenade.
Cool.
Even though you're looking for a roll of 6 or better to kill anything, right?
Alright. Well, the murder servers is probably. I don't know. Whatever. I'm gonna throw. Is there like a portion of the horde that doesn't have a lot of murder servers in it?
Not particularly, which is why the horde hasn't closed in on your flanks.
Alright. Whatever. I'm gonna throw it.
Okay. Does it
Can
have
you
pen?
throw it? You just didn't
Yeah.
attack, right? You get 1 per turn.
Strength bonus times 3. Well, no, it's a quick. It's my dual weapon wielding. So,
Oh, right. Fair enough. Yeah, this is good. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
So I shoot twice with my pistol, and then I grab the grenade, arm it, and I throw it. I get my strength bonus times 3, so I can throw it. 12 meters. So yeah, I can definitely hit the line.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I suppose you could try to huck it further behind their line.
Yeah, could I do that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll throw it like that. Fuck.
Though I am pretty sure. Okay, yeah, that's.
Can I spend a fate point on that?
I don't think you do that on damage rolls, can you?
I just went to go look it up. Still looking. You think that if you just searched fate, it would be faster to find? Never mind.
And make a ballistic skill minus 20 roll. Unless you do have throwing. Do you have throwing? Do arch militants get
No,
throwing
wait.
naturally?
Do you want to know what you can use fate to do? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can re-roll 1 failed test. 3 rolls are finals. You get a +10 to a test. You can add an extra degree to test. You can roll 10 for initiative. You can remove 1d5 damage, and you can instantly recover from being stunned. That is it.
Okay, and yes, arch militants do get thrown weapons naturally, so there's no penalty there.
Okay. So I have to roll a d100.
Yeah,
Anyway.
just a standard ballistic skill test.
Alright, that hits.
Okay, so, I mean, obviously you didn't deal enough damage with the roll you did there, but I was having you roll to make sure that you didn't accidentally hit the murder servers who it might have dealt damage to.
Okay.
Since if it has armor penetration, then that's the main reason they're hard to kill. Because they do have crazy armor.
Mm-hmm.
So, as your grenade blasts off behind the demons, you see the plasma wash over them. It doesn't seem to really have any significant effect on them. They seem to be ignoring it. However, several across the back of their line die.
Okay.
Awareness checks.
I am aware of my beautiful dreams.
I do not see it.
3 reviews of success. Not as good as Zennith. Zennith on point.
Right. Zennith and Romeo both hear the shots from the tree line.
Oh shit.
Interesting.
Someone's firing the demons from behind their line.
Okay.
And felling them.
No, people
We have company!
Great, there's a native tribe in the forest and we just bombed them.
No.
No,
How the fuck would they have guns that could kill demons?
They would not have guns that could kill demons. That pretty much eliminates pretty much everyone on this planet.
So either Eldar or maybe Imperium coming to help out.
It's
Not
definitely
the
not
Imperium.
Eldar.
The
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Imperium have no idea where this is.
Well,
They-
well, yeah, I guess you haven't actually reported back to them where it is yet. That's why you're here.
yeah, we were supposed to find this place in the first place.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we'll find out in like a few moments.
Yeah. Yo, Space Marines calling it.
No, they'll be dead.
Yo, no, but
There'd be chaos if they were.
Where did the Goliath come from, though? Maybe it's another set of Goliaths.
Goliath?
Dreadnought. I mean.
Dreadnought, my bad.
Goliath's from StarCraft.
Sorry, my bad.
Maybe the Herald called them. By
I
accident.
think it's the Emperor.
Oh, I know. It could be Eric, you know, the Space Marines, the Emperor's Angels.
Oh, oh man, if I had thought of that, it may have been, but no, it's not.
That would have been funny.
No, okay, it's not this, but I thought of a thing that would be awesome, where it's just after the next couple turns, they emerge. You kids thought you could run out on me!
No way in hell, because I changed those coordinates.
That was some, like, the most random possibility they managed to
What
find us.
What happened?
Nothing.
Sorry.
Nothing, but I was joking that the orcs followed you here, and it's them.
I'm predicting that somehow the reactor has let us, like, it is the unit that the librarian is from. Maybe they were trapped in, like, space-time or stuck time, and the recent events have let them free, or some shit.
Wibbly wobbly timey wimey.
Wibbly wobbly timey wimey.
Another possibility that it's not you guys. It's not you in the tree line.
Damn, that would have been awesome.
That would have been amazing.
Trust me,
What?
when things are getting this fucked up with the warp, that is not out of the question.
It's like that Red Dwarf episode where they find their future selves come to help. And then
Yeah.
somehow Geralt has twins.
Yeah, it is not you in the tree line.
So the orcs didn't follow us here?
Well, you don't know if they did or they didn't, but it's not. The orcs are not the guys who are going to be emerging from the tree line. Zennith. Nobody's emerged yet, but you know that someone is opening fire from the tree line behind the demons' lines, from the direction the demons came from.
Fun times. Well, number one, I would let people know that. Number two, I'm gonna save my 3 rounds of flamethrower left just in case, and I'm just gonna try to, I guess, halt one of the closest to our group. Like any sort that seemed to be getting too close to either the tech priests or anything like that. So... because that I don't think I have to worry about getting fatigue off of it or any sort of limitation on it.
As far as we determined, I don't think you do. And we can basically just consider this to be you kill one, given how the hordes work. So, as long as you...
Oh, damn.
Well, okay, you would have killed one.
Never mind.
Okay, you would have killed one. That's the thing that would have happened.
I'll save my fate points.
Good idea.
At least we get that one out of the way.
I'm very back.
Alright.
Yeah, did you guys check out Stormcoast Legends?
No, obviously it's D&D related. Forgotten Realms related by the name, but...
Oh, no, it's by the people that made both Dragon Age and Neverwinter. No, not Neverwinter. The old Baldur's Gate stuff.
Right, so...
It's basically a four-man party RPG. However, you can play with four other people, or three other people, sorry, and one person can take the chair of the DM.
Oh, okay, so like Neverwinter Nights.
Kind of, yeah. I think I talked to you about it before.
Yeah.
It's coming out at the end of the month, and I'll let you guys know how it is.
Yeah.
It looks really fucking fun.
But Captain, you're awake.
Oh my god.
So you awaken to the demon commander appears to be gone. The horde is... Both hordes, yours and theirs, are thinning to a degree. And Zennith is shouting something about however she chooses to phrase it.
There's fire coming from the other side towards the demons and it ain't us.
And Romeo's going to add in, and it's good enough to take down the demons, so it's probably not anything from the planet. Or wherever the fuck it is, we haven't seen it yet.
Okay, I don't have weights marked down on things. But my planned,
Loadout was sword and plasma pistol?
well, it was the sword and the shield and the plasma pistol if I could do it.
Ah, okay.
And then the aspect scanner and, well, the combat tool and then the aspect scanner if I have room.
Yeah, I don't have... Wait, what's your strength bonus?
With the suit, +4.
+4 total?
Yes.
So, we'd be looking at 4.5 kilograms. I'm running under the assumption you can carry the sword. I don't know what the weight on the sword is. If you had to pick one thing, what is it? There might be more than one thing, but...
If I had to pick, probably the shield first.
Okay, the sword is 3. The shield is also 3. The two of those together are too much for you.
That's unfortunate. Is the plasma pistol also 3?
I'm not sure what it is, but I'm sure it's 3 or more than 3.
Let's have a look.
You can
Plasma
also
pistol is 4.
You can also have equipment on the deck of the tractor that's pulling the herald. So
That's not a bad idea. So yeah, probably... Well, no, because I could reasonably carry the sword and shield in a battle, then put the shield back later, right?
It would limit your movement speed. So the total distance you can move in a turn.
Well, I'm planning on mostly sticking with the tractor, so that's fine. In which case, I will take up my plasma pistol and have at them.
Okay. Yeah, we can probably consider that all of any equipment you guys want to have here that you can't carry can be here. It's just stored on the tractor.
Okay, so bonus for range and burst fire?
That's +20 and +10, I believe.
Yeah, if you're doing semi-auto, it's +20. It's +10 for semi-auto. It's +20 for full auto, and +10 for being within half of your weapon's range increment.
I think it's just +20.
Wah wah.
Damn.
That is definitely a wah-wah. Poor wah-wah. Okay, and murder servitors cleaving into demon horde. Technology versus sorcery. Which horrific abomination? Which horrific abomination will win out in the end?
Hopefully our horrific abominations.
I want to go back to the cutter then and get my bolt pistols.
Well, like I said, any equipment you couldn't carry with you, we can assume you have it on the tractor in like a storage bin or something.
Okay.
So you can switch out on the fly. That is a completely reasonable assumption. Okay, and that is 5 more demons down. In addition to the ones that your mysterious benefactors are mowing down from the tree line. And demons. How are the actual demons doing at trying to kill murder servitors that you have them clogged up with? Reasonably well, as per usual, because they're fucking demons. Yeah, let me just verify. Yep, that is the craziness they are doling out. Okay, so another slew of murder servitors fall to the demon horde. Romeo, you have a shuriken catapult.
I do. And I have some decent degree of success with it. That's 7?
7 of your shots? Okay, you're shooting for more than 12.
Yep. 12. 12. No. 5, 6, 7. So 3 hits, maybe?
3. The 3 gets you to 0.
Oh, okay. So I'm looking for 13 or better.
Yes.
Got it. That sucks.
Yeah, you're looking for just more than 12.
That's rough.
That thing would be great against things that are not demons.
Life smells, man. It's cool. I got 80 more shots in here.
Oh, those Eldar and their ammo packing.
Kind of annoying though. You need to roll an 8 or a 9 or a 10 to do damage.
Yeah, but I'm assuming that's like because of the way horde stuff works. It's actually a kill. But it's what it is.
Well, that wouldn't deal damage to them in one-on-one either.
Yeah.
90.
True enough.
Just with the horde thing, it only matters if you deal damage to them or you don't.
Oh yes. Bringing in the righteous fury. Oh.
Did you get your full 5?
I did, yeah.
Okay, cool.
So 4 down, 4 hits.
Their
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is 5.
The demon's center line is weakening.
Oh no, the 12 is negated for damage, right? We just
yes, it is. So 4 down. Nonetheless, the demon's center line appears to be extremely weak. They've been thinned out substantially by the murder servitor rush and your guys' concentrated fire.
How many times have I shot? Is that 3 times?
Yes.
Okay.
How much ammo you got in that thing?
Oh yeah, I have 5 more now. 20 clips, so... And I fired 3 times.
Okay, Geralt.
Alright.
The demonic center is weakening.
I'm gonna pick up my las pistol. I'm going to go back to the cutter and swap out my...
The tractor.
Yeah, whatever. And swap out my pistols for 2 bolt pistols, and I think that's probably all I can do on my turn.
Fatebringers are better.
Not for hordes.
Oh yeah, right, because you get bonus damage, right?
Yeah.
Also, they explode.
Because it's explosive damage, so you do get bonuses versus hordes.
Oh yeah, I should have bolt pistols.
Oh, I had no idea. Maybe I should switch out for my bolt pistol as well.
I think you can shoot 1 bullet, can you not? Because the move is only half. You can do half move, and then...
Well, he also had to go rummaging through the storage bin.
Oh, yeah.
It depends on if picking up my
Yeah, that probably...
my pistol also was a move action or whatever.
That'd be at least a half action, which is what you're looking for there. So, yeah, that's your turn there, but you switched out to bolt pistols.
Yep.
And so, out of the tree line, charges a small group of people. They seem to be wielding rather ramshackle-looking equipment, quite frankly. They look kind of tribal in nature, though they're pretty heavily wrapped up in cloaks and scarves and masks. But they're raining bullets down onto the demonic rear, and as crude as their guns look, they seem to be doing substantial amounts of damage to the demons.
Really? I mean, like, do they not count as, primitive?
You have no idea. All you know is these guys are firing bullets, and the demons are dying from the bullets.
Doesn't primitive only even matter against modern armor?
Well, I assume demons' armor would also count.
Yep, all you know is the demons are going down. I'm not saying you can necessarily make sense of what you're seeing, but it's happening.
Well, so the weapons, they look shit. Like...
They look like they're, pieced together with quick welds and, nails and metal chicken wire tying pieces together. They look like all the other guns on this planet.
Yeah.
But the demonic center breaks. You are now looking at 2 split hordes. Zennith.
Alright, let's try this again.
Okay, you reach out into the crowds of demons, you freeze one soul, and it is quickly cut down by your murder server patrons.
You hold them, they'll hit them.
Exactly.
Captain.
I said plasma pistol.
Then do that thing that you have said.
Yay.
Congratulations on finally hitting
Aww.
a shot.
Well,
if penetration mattered, it would be.
Well, you hit them this time. Now you just have to hit them and deal enough damage.
Hit him again! Harder, harder!
Okay, your murder servers with their crazy amount of attacks. Because they're in full-on shred mode. They are not going for precision. This is a throwdown slugfest.
Oh, and can I get some props for calling tribals?
Yeah. Good job, Captain. You did it.
It's the only contribution I've made to this fight. Let me live in the moment.
Romeo will give you $10 after.
Holy crap. Okay, murder servers landed most of their hits. Yay, murder servers. They're good at it. There's a thing they're good at.
On Dasher, on Dancer, on Prancer.
I don't need to roll for them. I had neglected how much damage they can do. They get plus 14 to every roll. They can't possibly deal enough to not hurt them.
Sweet.
Well, they're secondary attacks. They do. If they roll a 1, they don't hurt them, or a 1 or a 2. So let me just roll for those. Just the secondary. Okay, they failed to bring 1 down. Okay, the murder servers are getting reasonably cut down a bit more and more. Brings us to Romeo once more.
Okay.
It's going to be a real problem if there's find any more demonic hordes.
I can carry 9 kilograms, so I would have my bolt pistol on me, so I'm going to take a half action to draw it. I'm ambidextrous, so I can just hold the shuriken catapult in one hand and shoot with the pistol.
Okay.
So I'm going to take off 1 bolt pistol shot.
1 bolt pistol shot.
That is not good enough.
Okay.
So, womp womp womp.
Okay. Thaddeus, you still have bullets in your gun, right? Is Thaddeus there? Oh my god, we lost Thaddeus.
You bastard!
Well, in other news, it at least looks like your dude manning the autocannon along with the Herald has successfully hit things for once. And blasts away 3 actual demons from the Horde.
So I have a better hit rate, but he has a better rate of it mattering.
His shots all deal enough damage because they're from a fucking autocannon that there's very little chance of them not hurting. If any at all. Yeah, what are they? 4d10 plus 5?
God damn.
Heavy guns do a lot of damage.
Yep. Although only pen 8, your sword still has higher penetration.
We should bring the Herald cart with us everywhere. Going off mic for a second.
Okay. Huh, not sure what happened to Josh, but whatever. Moving on, he will return to existence when he does. Geralt!
Alright.
You have dual bolt pistols now.
I do. Let me see what the stats are for those.
I have them open, I can tell you them right now. It is bolt pistol, 2 hits, 1d10 plus 5, explosive damage, pen 4, clip 8.
I have 1d10 plus 5, X, bracket plus 2.
Yeah, so 5 is the is the damage type, explosive.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're terror. So
I
you roll
get a
twice
plus
for
2,
damage.
so I get plus 7 instead of plus 5.
And you roll twice for damage and take the better result.
Okay.
Yep.
Roll 1d100. Oh, I guess I think that maybe that does hit, but no degrees of success. So I think I only hit with one of the bullets on the first gun.
Okay.
The second gun. Oh, how many? I think that's 1 degree of success. So only 1 shot from each gun.
Okay. Well, you can take out 2 people with every successful damage roll with the bolt pistols.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Sorry, I had to get my pizza.
I getcha.
What? That doesn't make sense. Oh.
You didn't
You didn't do
underscore.
plus, you went, yeah.
Alright, so for the first one, it takes out 2
Okay.
people.
You hitting the right or the left flank? Not that it matters too much, but
Left flank.
left flank.
As usual.
I was about to say, you're always shooting people in their left flank. Okay, so Thaddeus can do his shooty roll then.
Hooray. It's always what I wanted to do.
You do still have bullets in your gun, right?
Yeah, I have 1 alive, 5 left. Obviously that's all of them.
Okay. Dole that shit out. Okay. Are you shooting at the left or the right flank? They're definitively split now.
Geralt is shooting at the left, so I will also do the left.
Okay.
I shall erase them from existence.
That side is looking mighty weak. It's reduced to single digits of demons scattered about.
Very nice.
And the tribals continue their charge up, smashing into the back lines. A couple of them with spears, skewer demons with them. To effect.
Good spears.
And a few more going down to sustained fire from the tribal. Zennith. Trying to lock another unlucky demon.
Unfortunately, not succeeding.
Falls. Captain.
Trying to make another demon unlucky.
So you hit with at least one shot?
Ooh, it mattered.
Okay, right or left?
To the left.
Okay. So, a demon who, one of the last remaining demons on the left flank has his face burned clean off before being, exploded back into the warp by a burning plasma shot. The murder servitors steadily clean the left flank up there and begin wheeling around to the demons on the right. As they do, however, you see that some of them are starting to turn their hungry murder servitor eyes on to your new buddies.
Can we direct them away from them?
Not that precisely.
Beat them up.
I think really the only thing you can do is turn them off murder mode.
You can beam them up.
Do you think there would be like a safe word, essentially, for murderers, like a kill switch?
Can we not beam them up?
Oh, you can beam the murder servers up, or you can turn them off. That's not a problem.
If we turn them off, are the demons going to come crashing through, or can we turn them off, like, specifically?
You'd basically have to do it on a group basis. You couldn't do it with quite that much precision. There's not that many demons left, but you're not sure how they might be cleaving through your buddies. Is Romeo's turn.
Romeo is going to full run, which I believe is like 15 because of his 5 agility. It might be 20. And he's going to go past the demons. He is going to, like, put his guns away, like, to the point of dropping them if he has to, waving his arms. No, he's going to be running straight forward, and he's going to be telling the hordes to back off. Like, he's gonna go in arms up and tell them to, like, you guys have to back, like, all of you need to back away, because we can't control the servitors. Or we can control the servitors, but not to a fine tune. Once the demons are done, we can turn them off.
Make a command check.
That sucks. I'm gonna reroll that. That is much better.
Okay.
Yay!
You think they got the message.
Cool.
Thaddeus, a handful of demons remain.
I get to reload. Yeah. Take that, demons.
How long is your reload?
It's a full action. I haven't taken the feat to rapid
okay.
reload yet.
Might be better off pulling a handgun, or did you have the weight limit for a handgun?
Yeah, I probably do.
They may well be gone before you finish reloading.
Fair enough. I'll shoot with my handgun then.
You've just got the one shot.
One shot. Do I?
Half action to draw, half action for a single shot fire.
Okay, well it hits, and it's a D10 plus...
5, was it?
Is it a bolt pistol? I don't even know what it is.
As I recall before, you'd been using a bolt pistol.
Then it is indeed. Well, it still gets my bonus, so yeah, plus 11. Bang.
Okay. One of the scattered handful of demons goes down. Okay, autocannon fire sights across the demons, bringing yet more of them down. Geralt, you might be able to clean this up.
Do my best. Let's see. Roll. Alright, it's one shot. And that is 2 shots. First shot does 15. Second shot does 14. So that... Oh, and the third shot does... Sorry.
Oh, there's a third shot?
Yeah, because I got the burst fire off on the second gun.
Oh, okay.
13.
Okay, yes. The demon hordes are obliterated. The only remains of them are scorch marks across the ground.
Alright, murder servitors on pause.
And that is good. The murder servitors were definitely turning their attention to slaughtering your would-be saviors, or at least friends.
Buddy.
Assuming they don't want to talk to us about the property value of the woods that used to stand here.
They definitely have a tribal bearing about them, although they're rather well-dressed. Well, well-dressed at least in the quality of the construction of their gear.
Yeah, they're wearing 3-piece suits.
It's
Made of leaves.
It's good stitching. It's not all just random wasteland-looking rags or anything.
Being in a Kaoru Mori manga.
One of them approaches the group of you, smacks his spear into the ground.
I will advance and plant my sword in the ground nearby.
Take a moment to reload.
He looks over the group of you. So you are the ones. You purged this forest. You have come to unite us.
We have.
Nice.
I am Malchian, of the southern tribes. We have crossed the ocean to meet with you.
I greet you as Captain Zephyr Girite Seraphin.
A pleasure. We have heard tell of the... He looks over the battlefield and all of you. Skill of your warriors. We are not disappointed. But you go to battle with a foe against whom you are not equipped.
Well, the enemy isn't expected to cooperate in the creation of our dream engagement. We came with what we had.
I understand. We have brought something better. He walks back to his group, who bring forth a reasonably sized chest. He motions for the for you all to come closer.
I will approach.
I specifically am not.
Roma's going to approach.
Too curious, gotta go.
I'm gonna collect my lucky gun and the last pistol, pick those back up and approach.
Okay.
I'm gonna reload them as I'm walking towards them.
I'm gonna go prone on the platform.
On the platform or on the herald's head?
On just the platform, not the herald's head.
Okay. Because, I mean, like, it is a dreadnought. It's basically just a rectangle. But, okay. Your weapons do little against these creatures. Ours do far more. We have hunted them for generations.
I was very impressed with the arms your people brought.
We walk with the blessing of the throne.
Blessing of the what?
The throne, the Emperor.
Ah.
The might of the Emperor reaches to all of his people, wherever they may be.
They open the chest, and within is a small collection of weapons, all colored similarly to they all have a very similar color scheme between them, the weapons and the tribals that are giving them to you. Not armor exactly, but definitely like heraldry. A mixture of white, red, and gold.
Are these the Emperor's colors?
Well, gold is, you suppose. They don't strike you as the colors of anyone off the top of your head. Other than apparently of this tribe.
It isn't familiar to me at all.
We have brought you the greatest of the southern tribes' weapons. They have stood the test of time, and they are blessed by the throne. They look to have pretty good metal construction on them. You know that.
They're cold, like
Huh?
okay, they're cold.
Well, no, they look relatively normal-ish.
Like, what exactly kind of weapons are they?
A mixture of handguns, spear, sword.
Any full auto guns?
Dibs on handgun.
There's several handguns.
Also dib.
Dibs on the handgun.
Ball.
They actually seem to have been constructed with quite a bit with aesthetics in mind. The white portions of them actually look like they're some kind of highly polished pearl or bone.
Shiny.
It's like
Made
been
with only the finest Tyranid spine.
it's been like engraved with all sorts of like scrimshaw artistry.
Holy things, demon no likey. Makes sense to Romeo.
Okay, so are they all projectile weapons?
They have a spear and a sword there.
Okay, I just meant the guns.
Are all of the guns projectile weapons? Oh,
As
in
opposed to, yeah.
yeah, they're all they all fire bullets.
Can't load any of these things in the Shuriken catapult, I'm assuming. Nah, that'd be crazy talk.
No, the shuriken catapult fires shurikens.
Yeah.
Monomolecular shurikens.
Yeah. My guys all have pistols. I need a pistol.
We have plenty of those. You are
I'll take-
you're personally handed 2 handguns from their supply.
Any full auto guns or a sniper, I suppose.
The leader of the pack. Well, are you personally asking? I know you were all the way back on the
yeah, I walk
on
up
the
to him.
tractor. Okay. He unlimbers his own rifle and hands it to you.
Wow. Does it look good?
Well, nothing here looks all that good,
No.
but it doesn't look bad.
And you've
Does
seen
this-
what it can do.
Looks holy.
Guys, these are +1s.
They count
So
as
much as
good.
demons concerned, though.
They count as good when it comes to damage reduction. That's the important part.
Yeah, so I just don't know if I should take a pistol or... I mean, it is my higher skill. The plasma was inadequate here.
Are the Knights of the Southern Tribes going to accompany us into our journey into the Ghost Engine?
Are you asking them specifically?
Yeah, I guess I am going to ask them specifically.
We will never meet again.
Then thank you for the arms, friend.
Where are you going?
We are returning home. Our hunt is at an end.
Then we'll do our duty as much as we can.
Yeah, I guess you spurged most of the forest, right? I guess we kind of ended a lot of their hunt.
We would expect nothing less of the greatest warriors this world has spoken of.
Well, we'll try to keep your home around as long as we can.
Yeah, no pressure to perform or anything.
We will survive whether you succeed or you fail.
Never know. I ain't raining on their parade.
They might got void suits in there somewhere.
Primitive void suits. Ornamental primitive void suits.
It's just a fish tank on your head.
Right,
They're a southern tribe, they're water tribe.
I'm gonna accept one of the pistols with thanks.
Thank you muchly. Well, we gonna go kick some more ass?
Well, you certainly appear to have weapons better suited to the task now. Yeah, the one thing I don't like about that GIF is that they don't include the best part of it.
Which is?
Where, like, Katara's sort of walking back and doing the I'm watching you thing right before that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Coming off mic for a sec.
I need to get the specific stats for those guns, mind you, but the specific stats are somewhat secondary to the special effects they have.
Ignore demonic toughness.
Let's start with ignoring demonic toughness.
Cool. That's a good answer.
The felling quality doesn't really show up in the regular Rogue Trader book.
Yo, felling these guns are amazing.
What's the gun called? What is it called? Is it exotic or is it human tech?
It's human tech as far as you need to be concerned.
Okay.
Oh my god, yo, felling is amazing.
What do they look like?
I'm still getting the exact stats out here, but they're fairly ornate looking, probably revolver. Yeah, they would be revolver-based weapons.
Cool. So they have felling.
The handguns are, at least. But yeah, then they are, felling. Felling is, each level of felling negates an equivalent level of unnatural toughness.
That's from the Tau book, isn't it? Or at least it's in the Tau book.
Actually, it's from multiple of other Warhammer RPG games.
Oh,
it's
I see.
just that, since it had never been in any other Rogue Trader book, that's the only place you see it in Rogue Trader.
Okay.
Got it.
Because the Tau weapon stats are coming over from other games where felling is more common.
Yeah. So this is like the best gun Romeo has ever received.
How many levels of felling does each one have? Just one?
You're not sure? Something, the specifics of these guns are a little unclear to you, overall. But, suffice to say, they have been proven to down demons like crazy.
Yo, depending on the AP on these things, they might be able to down murder servitors.
Did you post the stats to them in Roll20?
Not yet. I'm still working out the specific stats for them.
Okay.
The specific stats are really secondary to their special effect.
Which was felling?
Felling and ignoring demonic toughness.
Doesn't felling mean it ignores demonic toughness? Sorry.
Technically, felling only refers to unnatural toughness, and things that ignore demonic toughness only ignore demonic toughness. Basically, these ignore anything that would increase toughness, either demonic or unnatural.
To one degree of unnatural, I think, right?
Oh, it would depend on how many levels of felling it has. You don't know. I'll bear it back real quick, though. But yes, you have fancy bone-decorated guns and... I think just guns. Yeah, pistols and a rifle.
I assume he also took the sword and the spear. Or swords and spears.
Well, I mean, they're certainly offered to you.
Yeah.
Onto the tractor cart.
Ornaments, if anything.
Yeah. And
Oh,
also,
you know, it might come down hand to hand.
And quite a bit of metal, golden-colored metal on there. It's a little scratched up. The things look like they've seen a little bit of combat.
Do you mind if I take the sword?
By all means.
Thank you.
And there's also plenty of red sections. They just appear to be purely decorative. Painted, as far as you can tell.
I will, of course, retrieve my sword from the battlefield where I poked it in.
Right. Kind of hard. It's fallen straight through to the core of the planet.
Oh god!
10
Swordy, no!
I don't know how far it would fall if you had the power field turned on, but I'm assuming you didn't have the power field turned on.
No, I did not have the power field turned on when I planted it in the earth to demonstrate that I respected it as an equal.
I'm assuming you would fall about to the hilt, right? Because then the hilt is bigger than the sword, so you'd be able to cut a hole bigger than the hilt.
I'm not sure
or bigger than the guard. Sorry.
I'm not sure how precise the power field is. If it's like, nice and clean, or if it's sort of just sparking energy and shit.
Oh, okay, true.
But I'll bear it back real quick. Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I agree. I should be welcomed. But okay, so you've got fancy pants demon-killing holy weapons.
Hell yeah.
This is true.
Not often that you find magical weapons in a sci-fi game. At least as far as you can tell, that is the only explainable reason why they perform as they do. You were given a lot of bullets, too.
Do the bullets matter?
You are not sure. So you were given a lot of them.
I assume they probably do. I guess like in D&D, I guess you can get +1 arrows as well as just a bow.
Yeah, getting the stats together for them, they're, okay stats. Not bad by any means, although more good because of their secondary effect, obviously.
Yeah, well, they're very... Uh, situational, that's it.
Yeah, that would be the... Although you are definitely in the situation they are useful for.
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably the best ones for the situation.
Okay, yeah, and just the baseline treasure generation stats. I'll give you the stuff for it.
Yay, sweet guns.
Alright. Guns of the Throne.
Do you know what their weight is? Because it's kind of relevant in this current
Oh,
situation.
yes, it would be relevant, wouldn't it?
Oh, it actually is a rifle. Cool.
What is that in the damage? 1d10 plus 4 what?
I.
Impact.
I quite like them.
Oh, sorry, 7. I was looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, the rifle weighs 7.
That makes more sense.
And these are all best quality.
Woo.
So, never jam. Not that you guys come upon that very often anyways.
Do you have the sword at hand as well?
And yeah, I was just getting the stats for the sword as well.
Cheers.
Basically, the same stats for the sphere, just not balanced.
Okay. But I suppose you could also throw it.
Yeah. So, and then of course, the things I had noted before with the ignoring stuff.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I should write in special with the ignoring stuff?
Sure.
Ignores stuff.
From the stats I'm looking at, that is a pretty fucking accurate description.
It's felon
Isn't it more
one.
like ignores almost everything?
Yep,
Okay.
that's an accurate doodad. And given that you guys will be setting off into the woods here in a second, and it's already 8:30, it seems like a decent place to cut it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta work tomorrow.
Yep.
They're felling one, right? These pistols.
As far as you know, yeah.
Okay, so felon question mark it is.
It might be more. You have no idea. You do not know the true extent of these weapons. Going a bit beyond mere mysterious traits. These are not little quirks. These are holy fucking relics you just got dumped in your lab. You have no idea what these things are going to do.
Well, as long as they kill demons.
Oh, and for
That'll happen
upcoming
pretty definitely.
And for upcoming stuff in the woods, can everyone give me their willpowers? So I have
99.
46 for Romeo. If it's sphere-based, I ignore 3 or less. Oh, we need still to roll that to see whether Romeo goes crazy.
Oh yeah, we do.
Go crazy.
Crazier.
Yeah.
No, he's actually remarkably put together considering he has 30 insanity. He so far has no actual tics.
What was Geralt's?
What roll? Sorry, what am I rolling for?
Nothing. I just need to know what your willpower is.
35.
35? Okay. Okay, got all of those. Oh, right, need to do the thing for Romeo. Although that's very Romeo specific, of course, if other people have to go.
Oh, I'm gonna go out and smoke, but I'm totally gonna see what happens to him.
If anything.
Head note.
I guess,
I'll see you later.
Later, Mike.
I'm hoping being by the librarian is going to help with
It will not.
this roll.
It will not.
Cool. Well, I mean, it won't make it worse, though, right? Because doesn't the system, like, make you have weird insanity stuff when you roll insanity?
It does. I don't think it applies to this, though. I think it's specifically for, like, fear checks and shit. And let's see. You still are getting a plus 10. You don't start... yeah, you still have a plus 10 bonus to this willpower check.
This is a test, though, right? So I could fate point it, because I have 1 left.
Yes, it is a test.
Okay. Good to know.
So yes, willpower plus 10 test. Roll that.
I'm gonna fate point that. Damn it!
Looks like it paid off.
Wow, okay. So how many degrees of failure? It's relevant. Do you have to accept the rerolled thing? I can't recall if you do.
Yeah, you do.
You do? Okay. So
Yeah, the second results are final. So with 46 willpower plus 10, so 56. That's 4 degrees of failure, right?
okay.
It's 4 or 3. It's 3 point something, right?
Yeah, 3 point something. You said 54, it'd be 3.6.
Yeah, it's he has a 46 willpower, so with a plus 10, that's 3.4.
Okay, you're still 10 points away from gaining actual mental disorders. So roll... How many degrees of failure was that?
3.4.
Okay, D100 plus 30.
Not much better.
Was that plus 30 or?
That is without the 30, so it is 109.
109. Okay. Let's see what 109 gets you on the mental trauma chart. I love that the game has something called a mental trauma chart. That tickles me.
I wish all games had that. It seems like they would need them, really.
I'm sure that there are various D&D insanity rules in different editions. I just never looked at them closely because it doesn't really fit the theme of D&D quite as well.
GURPS has one for fright checks.
Well, no shit. GURPS is GURPS. In theory, they probably have something for everything.
In theory, you could run this game in GURPS. That was the point, right?
Yep.
Okay, it could be worse. I mean, it's not good. Roll 1d5.
Are there ones that are good?
No, none of them are good, but some of them aren't as bad.
2!
Because some of the malignancies, like the corruption ones, are actually, but like some of them are beneficial.
Right. The equivalent of those would be mental disorders here. Those don't occur until higher level. Although I think they are all negative.
Oh, right.
Okay, 2. So this phobia will last for 2 days. You have a temporary severe phobia.
Great.
Oh.
Welcome to my world.
What would be appropriate given the circumstances?
Demons.
Dogs.
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 Dogs is pretty appropriate, honestly. That was the defining feature that set that demon apart from the others.
So nobody bring any puppets of dogs or like little stuffed animals.
Wait, it wasn't specifically a dog. It was more like a massive four-legged beast.
Well, it
Sorry,
was.
Reverend Hound. Back into the box you go.
It was specifically a flesh hound of corn.
Fleshhound. Oh, okay, yeah. What's that like? Much like a dog?
It looks very much like a dog, except it has like fish fins off the sides of its head.
Okay. So yeah, obviously I was thinking of something different.
You were
Fish
thinking.
Hound of corn.
You were thinking of the creature that bloodletters usually ride. This was a little different. Bloodletters usually ride something bigger and more heavily armored.
Yeah.
This was just riding a fleshhound of corn, which, still a scary creature.
Of course,
but
yeah.
Not as bad. But this is not Corn's domain. These are just lingering wanderers. Pests, really. This is
not a great word to use.
Yeah, this is not a domain of blood.
More of corruption or infestation. More like Nurgle.
This is a world plagued by sickness, not blood.
Can't we plague things with nice things?
A plague of fairies!
Or a plague of happiness? Why can't we have that?
I think the best we can do for fairies is pixies.
Well, depending on your definition of happiness, Slaanesh could qualify.
That's true, but...
I think that would be an excellent example of being plagued by happiness.
What I wouldn't give...
that's a very good phrase for that.
What I wouldn't give for a friendly clan of Knack-Mack Eagle.
All production on the planet has ground to a halt. People are far too busy with cocaine and orgies to do anything.
Slaanesh appears to you in the form of Dr. Roxo.
Doom Rider is basically already Dr. Roxo, just on a motorcycle with a sword.
Is a sword on a motorcycle?
No, he's carrying the sword.
Oh, okay.
And Doom Rider is the Herald of Slaanesh.
Is he?
Yes, he's the Herald of Slaanesh. Every god has a herald, although they may have several.
Oh, right, okay.
If we counter one of those, we're basically entirely screwed, right?
Yes. Yes, you are. Yes, you are screwed if you encounter one of those. That is a thing that will happen. That is to say, you would be screwed if you did, not to guarantee that you will encounter one.
Also, the word screwed might be taken more or less literally depending on the Chaos God.
Both! If we're talking a Herald of Slaanesh, I mean, well, I'm kind of technically Nurgle, but that was really just one person. That kind of a one-time thing. Nurgle kind of had the hots for an Eldar god.
Isn't that how it always works?
Like, you know, she was the goddess of healing and, you know, purification and shit. So instead of letting her get murdered by Slaanesh, he put her in a cage and infected her with every one of the diseases he created from his little pot.
It's pretty rough.
And that is how we got vaccines.
That's actually a bit of a suggestion, is that Ishara, the Eldar goddess of healing and shit, through being captured by fucking Nurgle, every time he spread diseases out into the world, she spread some cures along with them, without him knowing.
And suddenly we have pandemic.
I think there are... No, there's 3 Eldar gods that are still alive.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I know it's Cain.
Yeah, Cain is kind of alive.
Well, I suppose he's more like split.
He's shattered into a bajillion pieces.
Indeed. So I suppose he's quite similar to the Satan.
Who are also shattered into a bunch of pieces. Which then gets you into the psychotic game that's going on across the galaxy. Where you have the Satan Deceiver, the Eldar Trickster God who's still alive, and the Chaos God Zennith, and the Emperor, all basically pulling this gigantic, I can see the future and am orchestrating events to happen the way I want them to happen. Just all 4 of them playing this gigantic game of manipulating time and space across the cosmos.
What version of the future are they saying, though? I mean, that's quite hard when there's several people who can do that.
Yeah, that's the thing. You've got 4 people who can try and predict the future and manipulate events to reach a certain outcome, and they're all...
Obviously, since this is, they're all doing it, so...
Yeah, they're all perpetually changing each other's outcomes, unless one of them knew that and was planning for it. That's exactly what they wanted them to think. And that's only what they thought, because that's what the other one wanted them to think.
It gets very complicated.
Nothing you do matters. Everything you do is part of a plot.
So I should just kill myself right now, is what you're saying?
Yeah, sure. Your death will have absolutely no impact on anyone's plots. It was not at all exactly what they wanted to happen.
I suppose if I did do that, then yeah, that's exactly, relevant to their plans, because that was already factored in.
Oh, and the Eldar Farseers. The Eldar Farseers are also in on this game.
Fucking hell.
Well, one last now.
Yeah. Her death had absolutely nothing to do with that plan. Everything she told you is exactly what she wanted. She was being completely honest with you. In no way is you thinking that's somehow her plan. That's not Slaanesh. Slaanesh is far too androgynous to look like either of those people.
But not too androgynous to look like both of those people.
David Bowie looks far closer to Slaanesh than anyone.
Oh my god, I found a Jareth cosplayer at the con that... It was kind of weird because he was a really good Jareth, but at the same time he had the face of young Tim Curry, which would have been amazing. Like, young Tim Curry as Jareth would have been as amazing, if not possibly even more amazing.